You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
61 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-80s, and looks like that'll be the hottest day we have maybe for the rest of the summer.
Oh, wow.
We'll see. I mean, I've only got 10 days in front of me, and even that, I heard you can't trust a 10-day forecast. Right? I've heard that from a professional.
No good.
Let's start the show with the end of an era.
Oh, what's dying?
It's not so much a death, potentially a rebirth.
Oh.
Are you familiar with Acme Bar and Pizza?
Kind of.
Kind of. It's been around for a quarter century on Monroe Avenue.
Quite a while.
Oh, that joint, yeah. I
You
mean,
don't
I
know
didn't
what
really
I'm
think
talking
about it.
I don't really think about the Acme Bar and Pizza. One of the most
I mean, it's not
popular-
like a go-to joint.
It's literally
no,
a
it
go-to
is.
joint.
It's like they're like known for their pizza.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kimmy. Acme Bar and Pizza, known for their pizza. Also, their Fabergé eggs.
What happened to him?
According to City Magazine, Acme Bar and Pizza, the Monroe Ave staple, will be closing tomorrow after their final day in business.
The last pie.
And I'm going to talk to Kimmy now because I don't know about it.
It's a thing.
Maybe people go sometimes. It's one of the best dive bar late night eat places in Rochester.
Yeah, I would say so.
So why are they closing?
Good.
Nobody's going to it. It can't be that popular.
That may not be why they're closing.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean,
They
we
got
don't-
too much money.
We don't know why they're closing.
Well,
there are people that just don't want to keep the business going. They want to retire and it's over.
Could be that. All right.
Partly that, and we've talked about how, because I know like you used to get a lot of younger people from that neighborhood that would go, and we've talked about how that neighborhood's gotten older over time.
Good
So
call.
it could just be like, the age of like the neighborhood is increasing, which is, I don't know, changing the way business works.
I mean, 26 years for a dive bar is really impressive.
All right.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I never think of a pizza joint as a dive bar.
It's more of a bar. It's a bar pizza place, not a pizza place bar.
Put it this way, it's so much of a dive bar. I believe they still have a cigarette machine.
Do
in
they
it.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the first time, or like I shouldn't say the first time I've seen one, but in a long, long time, I remember looking at
That's
it like, wow, I
impressive.
forgot these existed.
Okay, so here's the thing.
So what's wrong?
We said it's a potential rebirth, and here's where that kicks in. According to City Magazine, Acme Bar and Pizza is currently listed for sale
All right.
for $450,000.
Damn, man.
It is an institution here in town. I don't know what a bar is supposed to
I was
cost.
gonna say
don't
it
know.
seems like a lot, but for a business, maybe that's not that much.
Is that what a bar costs? $450,000?
I thought a dive bar would be a little cheaper because of the dive part of it.
Okay, but you also probably get everything inside the building.
All the
Coolers.
grime.
Well, yeah.
The kitchen,
All those shattered dreams come with it.
the bathroom
I'm
situation
moving to
wasn't ideal.
Miami, man. I'm done with this town.
They were famous for their downstairs bathroom.
Yeah, it was
Not
a little
great.
sketchy.
All right.
That being said, you guys want to buy a bar?
No.
Why?
It's the worst idea in the world.
Why is that?
I'm surprised like that wasn't a dream of yours at some point.
No, I want to drink it when I don't want to own it. Like, I mean, to me, that's just like flushing money because you're not going to make it work.
But you never like had a fantasy of if you had unlimited funds, what a bar would look like that you would create.
Not really.
No?
Yeah, I have very low ambition when it comes to dreams.
Like, let's say you won $1 billion in the lottery.
Why would you want that headache? I mean, that's nothing but a headache because you have this vision of.
Do you have any dreams?
Yeah, 10 o'clock.
Also, being able to speak English normally. Yeah. 10 o'clock.
No, but like you think of this bar, like all your friends are gonna come and hang out. And,
Give them free stuff.
yeah, and next
Go
thing
out
you
of
know,
business.
Hey, that's what happens in these places.
Okay, so
You get to enjoy it for a little while.
you know
Like
there's-
because you can't be part of the party and keep it going.
Well, like even like design wise, like if you could design your ideal bar, like you wouldn't want that opportunity if given that opportunity.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so you know there's a massive flaw in your logic from a second ago, right?
Well, what's part
There's
of
no
it?
way a bar would ever be successful. You can't make a bar work. And if you drive down the street, you will see 40 bars.
Right, but those people
And
aren't
then
in
if
it
you-
because those people in it are in it for the fun. They're just trying to make a buck. Those are the bars that work.
How do you know?
Because they're not. Because you can't jump. You can't be part of the party and make a bar work.
Oh, really? Because we knew guys that own bars.
They're all
No, I
dead.
don't
Oh, no, they're not. There's one that's still alive that owns that bar that has been
Bro,
open for
he's draining that guy.
decades.
He is draining that guy.
What? Decades. No, I'm talking about the other guy. Not that guy, but the other guy. The guy with the guy? The guy with the guy. No, bro.
Why don't you do it then?
Multiple bars. I just said, do you want to go in and buy a bar?
Why
with
do I
me?
want to go in with you?
Well,
you
you're
got all
Mr.
the money.
Expert. Let me tell you about bars. How they're supposed to work.
You got all the bank, bro.
Who's got bank?
Who's got bank? Flying over here, jetting up over there, country clubbing over here,
Country clubbing?
private schooling over there.
It says man in a shacket living in the most affluent town in Rochester.
Because Italian
barely
socks.
hanging on.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, you buy $80 Japanese socks.
That's why I'm broke.
You're like a weirdo.
Socks around the world.
Yeah, you want my suggestions?
He's like one of those weirdo businessmen that, like, after they die, we find out something horrible about them. But it's not like horrible in a traditional way. It's like, oh my God, he had a hole in his basement that he kept baby dolls. It's like
Just the
unsettled. No, I mean,
don't do this.
People make bars work
No,
all
they
the
don't.
time. Oh my
Look
God,
at
bars.
this.
No, they're
Look at the success rate of bars.
Okay, no, but you see, you just make up this statistic.
I bet you 90% of bars, not chains, just neighborhood bars, fail within a year.
90%.
And then somebody else comes in and buys them out, and then they tank.
You think 90%
within a
of
year.
Of local
bar die within a year?
Yeah.
Do you understand how stupid that statement is?
No, it's fact, bro.
No, it's not. You just
90%
said
of all
Constantly.
businesses tank in 6 months.
no. Shut up.
Or never show a profit.
What are you talking about?
They don't work.
Okay, cool.
I mean, we're not saying it would be easy. We're not like
You
downplaying the difficulty of
wanna own a
opening a
bar.
bar. No, I don't. I don't personally want to, but I guess like it would be fun if like you had the means of doing it.
Right. Like you and your husband, you open up a bar together.
My husband would love to open up a brewery.
There you go. That's a bar.
Her
right?
husband
Same
opened up
thing.
a bar in his backyard.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
he could.
He was sending me. Here's why.
Because like he'll even like, well, if we drive around and there's like empty buildings or something, he'll be like, you could put a brewery in that.
Well, yeah, but that's every empty building in Rochester.
I know.
Not exactly the hardest job,
But, like,
brewery
but
locator.
he imagines it as you're like passing these buildings.
Here's why Kimmy's husband would be a horrible bar owner. He's currently decorating his bar right now in the backyard, right, that he built.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
he is. He's putting the finishing touches.
So yesterday he sends me this picture. It's 2
Posters.
dead posters. These are gonna look great over the bar, and I would never. What are you doing?
The Grateful
Well,
Dead bar.
What are you
he
doing?
finally has somewhere to hang his
crap.
his music posters.
The good news at the Grateful Dead bar, you'd only have to play 3 songs a day, saving a lot in ASCAP fees. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Acme Bar and Pizza, the legendary late night eats dive bar on Monroe Avenue, been open over a quarter century. Announced they will be closing tomorrow. It's their last day ever. This according to City Magazine.
Yeah.
However, it may not be the end of the bar. The bar is currently listed for sale, $450,000. All right, you're out.
Yeah.
Kim, you want to buy a bar?
I don't have money, so you can buy it and I'll help.
Ooh. This could be the actual birth of Busted McFlatsy.
Nope.
Flatsy McBusted.
Flatsy McBusted.
Flatsy
Yeah.
McBusted.
Yeah, either way.
Okay, great.
Either one works.
All right, wait, no, you don't want to be my employee.
No, I said I'll assist.
Assistant what? That's being an
I don't know.
employee. That's called
Give
being
you
an employee.
advice.
You give me
This
money
is what
and
I like over here.
help you with the bar.
Silent partner.
All right, if we were going to go in on this bar together, the three of us, Flatsy McBusteds, right? It's already a successful business,
Yeah.
so I think this
you
is
don't want to change it too much.
Yes, I
Maybe
would
make
be
some
fine.
upgrades to certain things.
You're just going to turnkey it and do nothing.
I mean, it sounds like it, right?
right.
It's already this business already has name recognition.
And I'm guessing you get everything inside, right?
Okay, we would assume so. Okay, and also you have people already familiar with it, right? So you have a
Mm-hmm.
built-in customer base potentially when you do it. Us three, we've all worked together for so long. We know how to work with each other.
But the thing is, none of us have, and maybe, I don't know, maybe one of you do, bartender experience.
I do.
I
do?
do from the other side.
Like, I don't know how a bar is supposed to be run. I've never worked in the bar industry.
I bartended as a teenage boy.
Okay, well,
Teenage
that
boy.
helps a
Pardon me,
little bit.
boy. You want to fill my glass up?
I can pour beer really well out of the tap.
Yeah, like I feel like you need somebody that like grew up working in a restaurant or a bar that like kind of knows how it's supposed to run, because I don't even know the first thing about that.
I got restaurant experience too. I'm your guy here. I'm your point man.
But when was the last time you worked in a restaurant?
Well, I was 19. Doesn't matter. I got it. It's there. I just got to go back and
Alright.
think about it. I got to think real hard.
All right.
I think we could pull this off. I mean, I don't want you anymore. You're out. You're out. But I think Kimmy, me, and your husband, as long as he doesn't get to decorate, could pull off this bar.
And it's not. And I don't think the hospitality business is fun anymore since they took cocaine away.
Why would I want my employees on cocaine?
But
That
that's
seems
part
like
of
a
the charm.
terrible
Is,
idea.
is after hours you shut the doors. You know, you're cleaning up. You do a couple of lines. You do some shots. You clean up. You're all banging each other.
No.
Me,
The
Kimmy, and her
the amount
husband.
of-
Me,
the amount
Kimmy,
of-
and her husband. I'm
We're
going to be banging
more
Kimmy's
like
husband.
Well, how much sex do you think goes on at a bar after hours.
Not when they-
Everybody is sleeping with
I would
everybody.
say we are more like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia crew than like your standard.
Look at
bar
that
scene.
comedy club we worked at. Jesus, man. You could get chlamydia sitting down.
Yeah, but that was from your seat. No, man, look, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't think it is as impossible as you think it is because, again, if it was, there would be no bars that ever opened in the history of bars, right? And there's lots of people in town who own multiple locations like this. I mean, you just got to get in a groove.
So look at the guys that own Three Heads.
Yeah.
Those guys live there.
Sure, sure.
That's like a 24-hour-a-day job for those dudes. Like, there's no day off.
Okay.
Yeah, but they do seem like they love it.
And
They do. They have a passion
Yeah.
for it. Like, that's what they have is a passion. I don't see passion in you. Tim.
I got passion. I'm
For
not saying
what,
we could do
man?
this
You
job.
ain't
in
got
the-
no bar
What are
passion.
you talking about? I got plenty of bar
You don't
passion.
drink. You don't eat.
What do? You don't drink, you don't eat. Didn't think you'd get an Adam Ant reference this morning, did you? Well, you did. You were saying, I'm sorry.
You're not into it.
I could get into it. No, look, you know, if there's one thing I am, I'm very competitive. And I'm not going to let anybody come in and take my Acme Pizza Bar by Pat Duffy and Kimmy away from me.
All right.
No, I look,
I mean, I'll check it out when you open.
no, you're not allowed. We're going to put your picture on there. Do not let this man in. Pardon me, boy. No, look, I'm not saying like we could do this and run the bar at the same time. I'm not saying I would be some absentee owner that comes in, sits there like a big shot. Yeah, no, we would have to dedicate ourselves to it. It would be our full-time job.
It's very strenuous work.
Oh, my God.
A lot of stress.
252 WCMF.
I also don't know how to make a good pizza.
I'm sure they'd show
Well,
you.
you hire a guy to do that. You hire a chef.
Well, but I'd worry about like messing up what they already have going on because people have a high expectation of that pizza.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
that
they'll-
guy you got to keep.
Do you get the recipes and stuff
I'm-
too?
You keep the pizza man.
We will keep the pizza.
And by the way, you know what you got to call him, right?
What's that?
Chef.
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, I'll call him chef.
He's gonna walk.
If he's
He's a
making a
pizza man.
Yeah, I'm calling
Pizza
him chef.
man.
He's a pizza man.
I'm not pissing off pizza chef.
Yeah.
You're not a chef. I mean, no, I'm not calling it.
Wait, you're saying a guy that makes pizzas, not a chef?
Kind of, yes, I'm saying that.
Oh, he's gone. He's gonna walk.
Oh,
on it.
really? So, like that teenage kid that's out making pizzas for you at Mark's, you call him chef?
Well, if
I would.
if he's the head guy, he's chef.
No. Anybody else? Chef. 18-year-old. Hello, sir. Here's your mushroom.
He's a chef.
Thanks, chef. 252 WCMF, a man who has experience in this realm. Teddy's here. Hey, Teddy, how are you?
Oh
buddy?
yeah, man.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, Duffy, you might want to think really hard if you really want to buy that one. Are you ready for working 24/7, number one? Number two, it is not easy to find reliable people to work at a restaurant today.
All right, look, Teddy.
Why is that?
Why is that?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I imagine.
Look at it, how many people tune over at the restaurant business, in and out, fine. One day you have 5 people, next day you have only 1 person working.
You know what I heard?
What's
And
that?
then
Nobody wants to work
three-
anymore.
I wish he would have said it.
Number 3, you cannot trust anybody about your money, especially on the restaurant business.
They steal from you.
Yeah, that's why Tommy's out. That's why it's just a me and Kimmy operation. No, Teddy, I understand that it's hard. But maybe, is it possible, that I'm just more talented and harder working than you are, Teddy?
Anything is possible, but you really have to study hard. Seriously, I mean, it is your money, but especially when you have customer like Tommy just sitting over there for 5 hours, spend $20.
Teddy, thanks for the advice, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, there goes Teddy. Don't buy a bar, Teddy. It's you old dick. So, you got dreams? Bad. Son, shut up. Go back to being a cog in the machine, man. I heard that Pink Floyd song one time, and it sucks. I ain't leaving no kids alone. And you don't get any pudding, even though you had your beef. We got a dynamite. Go buy Acme so it doesn't go under. Kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. Normally we would have our creep cap. We are still dealing with our technical issues. Look, I know. I'm not happy about it either.
Yeah.
We're going to have to come up with a solution, and it may be one we don't want to do. I love how we could run a bar. You want to use AI to make life easier on our show? Just after 7 o'clock this morning,
What happened?
something weird is happening. School starts again next week.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty decent chance for a lot of people listening that their kid will be going to a new school. Either they aged into a new place, they're trying a private school, or they're not going to go to a school at all. They're going to
are they
do
going?
homeschool.
Oh.
There has been an increase in almost all of those different forms of education, which doesn't make a lot of sense on the surface. It turns out, Tommy, it seems there are a lot of parents, not only here in Rochester, but nationwide, that are putting their kids in different places every year, private, public, homeschool,
So you keep shuffling them around?
to see which one works, I guess.
All right.
And, you know.
My parents tried it.
Well, yeah, but you were you were a very special case. Kimmy, this wasn't something that we knew when we were kids.
Right.
No.
Well, this really wasn't a thing when I was doing it.
It was pretty rare. Like you knew the kid that did it.
Like some people thought my father was in the military.
Well, he was.
Well, not at the time.
But here's the thing. As much as the knee-jerk reaction is this is bad for the kid, I mean, is it? Is it a wrong idea?
I mean, maybe get a more rounded kid because he's gotten new experiences.
Or maybe searching high and low to find the place where they fit the best makes them the most comfortable. I don't know what the answer is, but we will try and figure it out.
All right.
And we'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
You know, nobody wants to work anymore. We heard that, right?
You can't find people.
Nobody wants to pay for anything anymore either.
That is true.
Even though the reason why nobody wants to pay for anything is because the companies that say nobody wants to work anymore isn't hiring enough people to watch the front door.
Yeah.
It's a long and complicated cycle, but it turns out in upstate New York, this massive retail company, biggest one in America, is making a change. Because it turns out when you don't have people ringing up items, you're more likely to lose some of those items. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It was the wave of the future, Tommy.
Oh.
Checking out at his store without talking to a single employee.
Yeah, it was supposed to be quick, convenient.
Yep.
Nice.
And it was just a matter of time before every aisle was self-checkout and we never talked to another human being again for the rest of our lives.
Right.
Well, the biggest retailer in America, for them, things have changed.
What are they doing?
Well, it turns out that this brilliant idea may not have been so brilliant in the first place. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. It turns out that one of the best traits to have for job security could be being scary.
Oh, you mean like frightening people?
Frightening people at your job. Not out and out frightening people, but just people knowing like, oh,
You don't want to deal.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because one story coming out of Chile has a man who lost his job and needed the cops there before they even told him.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45. By the way, they were right to do that here in the break room on CMF. Story this week.
What happened?
Says some Walmarts in upstate and western New York are changing their self-checkout rules.
So, what are the rules to self-checkout? It's pretty self-explanatory.
Nope. They are going to limit all self-checkouts to 15 items or less.
As
So that's
they
what
should.
Wegmans does.
Yeah, they do.
They're like 20, I think 20 items. But
So,
yeah, you could still rip off 20 items.
Kimmy, why would you say as they should?
Because I've been to both Walmart and Target where people are waiting in the self-checkout line with carts full of things, and it takes longer when you're going through those lines.
But they don't stop you.
No, they don't. Well, there isn't a rule for it right now.
It
It's
just says it.
it's, yeah. So I mean, it would be nice to just be able to go in there and grab a few things you need and be able to get out quick.
Okay, so that sounds like a really good reason as to why Walmart would do this, but that's not the reason they're doing
Right.
it. It's
So
not
why they doing
convenience. They are changing this policy to keep people from ripping their stores off.
So walking.
Yes, it turns out those self-checkout lines make it much easier to either walk out of the store without paying for anything or only scan a few cheap items.
Passing groceries.
Yep,
basically.
screw the hell out with the more expensive items. Now, by the way, Walmart's not the only one doing this. You've also seen it in Wegmans because Wegmans didn't have a limit at first. They implemented the limit. And Target has also started to implement limits in those lines as well. This is a pretty damn funny story. Because what these companies wanted or thought they would get from the self-checkout versus what it later became for them is completely different. Because you remember when these self-checkouts, Tommy, first showed up, people were upset about the self-checkout.
Yeah.
They thought they were taking jobs away from people.
Right from cashier. Yeah.
Yeah. And the store's like, no. This is strictly for customer convenience. We're not, no. Well, several private store security companies have put out studies showing it's actually cheaper to pay someone to check out customers.
Because you're getting your money.
Yes, versus the money that these businesses are now losing because of a self-checkout. So it looks like those initial numbers were a little bit off, Tommy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Look at all the money we're going to save not paying anybody.
So let me ask you, when I see people, so Wegmans has this thing now where you can just scan it, put it in your bag as you shop.
Yes.
So it's all right on the cart, I guess. I see people walking around with those.
I haven't seen that.
It's only in Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay.
But it's like a bar that goes across your thing. I
Yeah.
guess as you're shopping, I see people like you're scanning it and bagging it in your cart.
Scanning and a bag.
Bag. That seems like really easy to like. How do you know that's happening?
I don't know.
Like, because you'd have to track that person.
Maybe there's something in that chip that like keeps a tally of what you've scanned versus what's actually in the card, and you can say in real time.
Because that looks like a really easy way to just walk out.
Well, you've seen in airports, they also have those new stores where you walk in, scan your card, and just walk out with stuff because it can tell what is in your hand.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
All
Maybe
right.
it's something like
I
that.
haven't seen that.
Look, I'm with you 100%. Maybe it's a better technology. Here's the question, I guess. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, with Walmart starting to pull away from this self-checkout everywhere model because people keep stealing the stores. Would you guys want to go back to in-person checkout only at the grocery store?
No.
You don't want it?
No, I do like the self-checkout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially when you only got a couple of
Yeah.
things. Like, you just walk in, grab a couple of things, and you're gone instead of standing in line.
Okay, during a slow time, those self-checkouts are great. But when it's busier, a self-checkout is the most frustrating place on the entire planet. Even if everybody has like 5 or 10 items. because you're 10 people deep in line.
Yeah.
Watching someone scan something twice by accident, then they press every button to try and take
They
it
need
back,
help.
right? Somebody's got to come help them. That takes forever because there's only one person responsible for 8 of those. Then somebody's buying beer there, and they have to wait 5 minutes for someone to come and click OK and check their ID.
There is some
And
drawbacks.
Someone doesn't put the item in the bagging area but doesn't realize what's going on, and now they're just complaining to everyone around them. The machines don't work. The machines don't work.
Well, no machines wants to work anymore.
And then, like when you're up, the pressure you feel of the long line behind you, like you have to get in and
Everybody's
out,
looking.
right? Scan those items as fast as you can, but then you make a mistake and you know everybody hates you, and you're turning like, I don't know. The machines don't even work, guys. The machines don't even work. It does feel longer going through a self-checkout than it does a person checkout.
Yeah, I mean, I will usually opt for the person checkout if there's a line at the self-checkout.
Even if you only get like 20
Yeah,
things.
because I'm like, it's going to take me longer to wait in the self-checkout line. So I'll just go to one of the other lines.
I'm with Kimmy, and you know I hate talking to people.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird. You're the one that enjoys talking to the cashiers,
Yeah.
and you're the one that prefers the self-checkout the most.
I didn't think I was going to like self-checkout until I tried it, and then I'm good at it now. So once I'm good at I'm so proud of myself when I
Your
go
inner
there.
grocery employee comes out.
Yeah, but it's like boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I know how to do this. Yeah,
What do you mean
yeah,
you're- what do you mean you're good at it?
Boom. I'm good. Like, when I get up there, I know how to work the screen good. I'm good.
It's not hard. It's pretty.
It was very hard for me at first, and now I'm good at it. I don't have to look.
All right. Like, do you realize how bad they got you, man?
Okay,
You're
there is
proud of
something-
yourself, but he's proud of himself for being his own employee.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying that
I'm off on Saturday.
I'm not saying that I enjoy it, but there is something satisfying to stacking your bag the perfect way with the reusable bags. When you stack all your groceries and you're like, that's like Tetris. It's like fits perfectly
I'm
in
a good
there.
bagger.
I am like, wow, I nailed that.
I'm also good on loading the belt. Like, I know how to like load a belt, so it's
like,
easier for the
heaviest
cashier.
first?
Yeah, because I always get pissed off. I had to tell my wife that's not how you do.
Okay, are you serious right now? You pick a fight with your wife over how to put
You're not going to put yogurt cups, and then what? You're going to put these cans on top of that?
You know that
That's what you want?
Wegmans, the cashier folks, they just turn around and put that stuff in the back, and then they put it in.
But I
after.
can eliminate that for her,
Right.
so that
Make it
it's
more
a
efficient.
seamless. It's a seamless transition from can to car.
No
It is
wonder-
weird if you've just always done that and then you're with somebody who doesn't do that and you're like, no,
you
that's
just
not
put
the
it-
right
you
order.
just
I'm an
put
old
it in.
bagger, son.
Bro.
I've been bagging since
Eggs
1975.
always go last.
No wonder you've been divorced twice, man. You're picking fights at the grocery store about what goes on the belt.
Yes.
You psycho! I'd lose my effing mind.
So I always load if my wife and I go shopping, I load the belt.
Wow, like a big boy.
I'm a belter.
And here you are, wasting all your talents talking on the radio when you're a great belter and bagger and scanner. No, man, that's psycho. They know what they're doing. You just put everything on the belt and it's fine.
They appreciate you leave the heavy stuff on the car.
They don't care.
They put a sign up so you leave the heavy stuff in the car.
I remember every morning when those cashiers are painting the signs by themselves. You think they care? They don't care.
They don't want to be lifting. I'm trying to be a good guy here.
Try
I'm
to be a
getting
good
lit up.
guy, be a good guy over there. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, Walmart is starting to phase out at least the amount of self-checkouts they use. They're also changing it to 15 items or less, and the reason is not because they want you to have a personal experience.
Yeah.
It turns out that retail theft is increased when you don't have someone checking you out. Jim's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good, good. Yeah, them self-checkouts are the biggest pain in the butt. At the store I go to, they got 10 freaking cashier lines that are empty because they won't pay them. And then because so many people were ripping them off, they closed down half of the checkout line because they got to have 3 people there watching them. So they just closed half the line. And this is at a regular chain grocery store.
And don't even get me started about the water department.
and like you say, when it's busy in there, you're backed up 30 feet down the freaking produce aisle.
You're touching the cucumbers, not in a good way.
No, I mean, Jim.
You ain't kidding, but I put it back.
Well, at least watch the tip.
For God's sakes. All right, so Jim, yeah, I mean, there are grocery stores you can go to that don't have the self-checkouts if it bothers you that much.
Where?
I'm
I'm not going to travel 60 miles for a freaking grocery.
All right, but Jim, you can't be made happy then, Jim. It's convenient for me to be upset here. It's not convenient for me to be happy over there.
How about hiring people and open up the 20 lines that are sitting there.
Okay, so Jim, here's how this works, though, and I feel your frustration, brother.
How's
I
that?
do.
How's it
I
work?
feel your frustration. They only change if you stop giving them money. So if you were to stop shopping there and enough people that were frustrated would be like, I'm not going to deal with it, they would be forced to change. Jim, you keep going in, diddling yourself with a cucumber and going through the self-checkout line. They're not going to change anything.
Okay, so I'm going to go and grow my own potatoes.
It's okay, Jim. What do you want from me, man? What do you want from
I
me?
bet you they taste delicious.
I got a job, Duffy. What are you going to do?
I'm not going to call a radio show and bitch for 5 minutes about the self-checkout.
Well, if none of us idiots call you, you'll be out of a job.
That's a good
Fair
point.
enough.
All right.
I don't know. It might be a better show, though, based on 90% of you idiots, Jim.
Happy
Jimmy-
Friday.
Jimmy, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There he goes. Angry about the line, Jim.
Oh, I go to the store. They got one register open. That's it.
Well, you know why?
What's that?
Nobody wants to work anymore. I guess the big question becomes,
What's that?
what's the next move that these grocery stores make to try and save money, right? Because if they're now having to open up more lanes with people checking you out and cutting down the self-checkout lane to save from shrinkage or, theft, they're going to find something new to save cash. Because, like, 10
It's going to be some new technology.
Maybe.
Yes.
But the technology recently has bit them in the ass, right? I mean, you brought up that thing where you can scan the item and put it in your cart. Don't
Right. forget,
they had that with an app at Wegmans a couple years ago, and they had to phase that out because
Yeah.
people were ripping them off,
Yeah.
right? I mean, 10 years ago, you couldn't imagine scanning your own groceries before you left the store,
No.
right? And what are they spending money on in the store? I guess this is the question. What are Wegmans and Tops and Walmart and places like that spending money on in the store that we could do ourselves? Because we were willing to check ourselves out for free. What else could we be willing to do?
What else would be left?
I don't know. Like, is there, like, Jim brought up potatoes. Is there going to be a big pile of potatoes where you sack your own potatoes?
Well, you kind of do when you go to the produce department,
Okay,
right?
good
You
point.
do. You bag a lot of that stuff and you weigh it yourself.
Are you going to cut your own cold cuts now?
I don't think they're going to let you run the knives.
Well, there could be a machine where you
Yeah,
just put
yeah,
the
yeah,
steak.
yeah.
Seems like a liability.
Yeah, I think they're going to stop at the meat department
Okay.
and seafood.
All right, we'll see. I'm just saying there are things that we could be doing that they are paying people
Make your
to
own
do.
pizza,
That's a good one.
right?
Well, no, but now you're trusting people to use an oven.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? What could go wrong?
Every Wegmans catches on fire every single day.
Well, look, they figured it out with coffee, right? You just put the
Oh,
coffee
that's
out there and
yeah.
you serve
Yeah,
yourself your
that's true.
coffee,
That's a great example.
and then you're done.
Yeah, and that would have been unthinkable a couple of years ago. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Now we got angry people calling about self-checkout. Marty's got the last word. Hey, Marty, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, Duffy. Good morning, Thaddeus.
I'm a Thaddeus. Marty, what's up, bud?
Well, I just wanted to weigh in on that whole self-checkout thing, and it makes me think, why hasn't some place like Costco or BJ's implemented this limit? I mean, because you figure all the people, or I should say most of the people that shop at Costco and BJ's, they're loading their carts up with all this bulk, and they're going through a self-checkout line, and it's like, well, if you've got all those items in a cart like that, why don't you just take it up to the main register?
I mean, Costco and BJ's, they check your receipt on the way out,
Yeah.
so it's harder for them.
And even in the self-checkout, there's always somebody kind of
yeah,
guiding you through
yeah.
it.
So that's why, Marty.
Yeah.
And I've never gone to Costco or BJ's for like one thing.
And it's hard
do.
to sneak out
It's
with
hard-
a keg of pickles.
It's yeah. I don't. Everybody's always buying a ton of stuff when you go there. Oop, did we lose Marty?
No, Marty's still there. I think he's just thinking about his response. Okay,
Yeah.
Marty, you got time to think. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just the whole thing of, like, you're loading your cart, and if you're there at the self-checkout, I just would feel bad for the person that's monitoring the self-checkout, because then they'd have to possibly go over, like, date something
Sure.
or, like, check an ID for alcohol.
I didn't think we want Jim
and
back.
it's like,
right? But
you're holding up.
Marty, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. What? What the hell is he talking about?
It was like somebody told a 15-year-old kid, "You're going to do a presentation on Costco. Go!"
Extemporaneous speaking, Marty.
You got the ID guy, feel
people
bad.
are going through with
They gotta
carts
watch you.
full of stuff. I just feel bad for the guy checking the carts.
Well, let's take a break. All right, well, look, less self-checkout means more coworkers for the folks that work at grocery stores. And more coworkers is both a blessing and a curse, because more coworkers could mean less work for you.
Okay.
More coworkers also means more personalities you have to deal with, and not every personality at your job is a good one.
Yeah.
There's a gentleman who's in some serious trouble this morning, and it seems like the job knew that there was going to be an issue because they may have called the cops knowing that there could be a problem firing him.
Oh.
And based on this story, the best thing you can do for your job security might be scary.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. The more memorable days at your job are the days people get fired.
Okay.
The drama is unmatched, Tommy.
Oh.
But sometimes it's not always fun drama. Because we've all worked with people or that person who you think could go over the edge.
Oh, yeah.
And in
yes.
And in this case, whomever called the cops to help with this situation was right to do it before anything went down. You're
So
hanging
that
out.
was like a preemptive strike.
It sounds like it. I'll tell you the story. You decide. Hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF just after 7 o'clock. Next week, the kids go back to school.
Yes.
Very exciting. But kids these days, God, that made me sound like an old man. They're going back to school differently than we were.
How many ways can you go back to school?
Well, look, for other than psychos like you, Kimmy, like where you lived is where you went to school.
Yeah, that's how it worked.
And maybe if you went to a private school, you went to that school the whole time you were going to school. But
Yeah.
it's not that way anymore. And it seems that parents are okay trying their kids out different years at different places.
So give them new experiences.
It could be that.
All right.
It could be something else. We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story went down in Chilai.
What happened in Chadlai?
Sheriff's deputies were called to a gas station on Chilai Ave to help with the termination of an employee.
Okay.
Is that weird?
So, like, they haven't even given the guy the word yet. They're going, hey, this guy's going to be trouble.
That's the impression I get
All
here.
right.
Okay, like, so I know there are folks that work in HR that listen to this show. Is there a protocol for certain firings where you can call the cops before the firing happens?
Like, this guy's not going down easy.
252
Gotta have
WCMF.
security on hand.
See, that was never a problem with Tommy's mom. She always went down easy. The phone number is 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Like, because I would think, like, the cops would be like, no, you could hire your own private security. Because it's not the cop's job to, like, be your
Escort,
security.
yeah.
True.
Right? Can you call the cops if
But
you
it
think...
does say serve, protect, and fire on the SWAT car.
Okay, all right. So going back to this story.
Yeah.
The man who was being fired arrived at work with his girlfriend who was giving him a ride.
Okay.
It turns out the registration to her car was suspended. So the cops decided they had to tow the car.
Wait, this all happened spontaneously during the firing.
This is what happened.
Because I already have a vision of this couple in my head.
All right, give me, what do they look like?
Busted.
Okay.
Very busted.
Like, where do you think her clothes come from?
Oh, all her clothes are birthday presents. She's driving her late grandfather's Crown Vic. It still has a Bush Cheney bumper sticker on it and a few of the old faded from the sun hats on that back.
So she gives her a ride to
They
work.
both smoke.
Okay, oh, yeah, okay.
They
fair.
both smoke.
Fair. Why do you say it like
And
that?
I mean, they smoke everything.
She gives him a ride to work to a job he's about to get fired from.
Yes, so
that
you know.
That the cops are waiting to get him, and she's the one that
This
gets her
sounds
car
like going
towed.
to my sister's husband.
Yeah, that's
God, I don't even put her through the car wash.
very unlucky day.
Yes.
So not only this dude to start off without a job, he gets his girlfriend's car towed. Police were in. Come on, man, it's not funny. It
It's
sucks.
hysterical, man. Look, we've all been there. We all had problems.
Oh, it gets no. We didn't have the problems this guy has.
All right.
Because it turns out, police were informed the man who was being fired regularly carries a firearm.
Okay.
So when they went to tow the car, they told him, do not go towards the car and take anything out of it. Apparently, he didn't listen. Police say he walked towards the rear of the vehicle, and because of that, they ended up taking him into custody. So at this point, he's been fired. His girlfriend is having her car towed, and now he's been arrested. And we're not done.
All right. What's left?
Well, it turns out he did have a gun.
Yeah. I guess
In the car,
Okay.
yes. And police say they found a revolver under the passenger seat, and that gun was not a legal gun.
Little 38 special.
Yep. On top of that, police say they searched the car and found several vials of what they believe to be narcotics.
What?
So in the end, this man was fired. His girlfriend's car was towed. He was arrested. He is now facing charges of criminal possession of a weapon, resisting arrest, and drug-related charges. He is locked up as we speak.
Fired from the filling station.
Like, bro, that guy was just going to work that morning,
yes.
having no idea this stuff was
Yes.
going to happen. So
Like a reality show.
in retrospect, good call from the gas station
Yes.
bringing out the cops
Yeah,
to
look at
handle this
that.
firing. I mean, you can't
Little
be...
did they know.
Well, I mean, actually, no, they did, it seems. That's why they called the
true.
cops, right?
Well, but I'm saying like maybe they didn't even know it'd be to that extent.
Fair.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if it said that the cops were informed he's known to carry a firearm, and you
Yeah.
can't be sure with a guy with all that stuff allegedly going on, he wasn't going to do something stupid and dangerous.
Which means at work, he's bragged about his firearm. to employees for you to know that.
Well, I mean, isn't that most people that have a gun?
I mean, some people are. Well, that kind of guy is going to brag.
Oh my God! You have an idea in your head. I hope he looks exactly the opposite of what you think. He showed
You know
up.
what he looks like.
His shirt was pressed. His khakis were ironed.
Yeah, that's the guy who gets fired from the filling station.
Well, look, whether or not he was bragging about the gun, the bottom line is this: the fact that the cops were called to help fire him, at least according to the story, means he had a reputation in his job.
Oh yeah,
And everyone works with one of those people, right?
a hothead
Or has
dangerous.
worked. Well, I mean,
There's two types of dangerous.
okay. Break down the two types.
There's the hothead that just flies off the handle, threatens everybody. That guy. There's also the other guy that's just scary. And he doesn't even have to say much.
Okay.
But he just looks menacing.
Okay. That's everyone to you, by the way. I get what you're
Kimmy
not.
is very pleasant looking.
You say all the time you're physically afraid of Kimmy.
I am, but not right now.
Look, whoever that person is in your head, whether they are the hothead or the quiet, scary one, you know that if they get blown out, best case scenario, they don't go quietly. Worst case, it gets dangerous where you work. And that can be very intimidating, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be around it when it happens, but firings can happen at any time. So you're always kind of on the edge where you work. When
you're
that
on
person,
eggshells.
yes, exactly.
You don't want to be around it, but you do kind of want to see it.
See, I'm the opposite. I know
No.
you guys are drama queens. I'll hear about it from you guys
I
later.
don't know. I don't
want
want to be seen looking at it, but I do kind of want to be around for it. I'm a little curious.
Look, you guys know I'm very regimented. Any unpredictability.
You wouldn't want to. Your curiosity wouldn't get the best of you in
No,
that situation.
Not in that situation. I'll hear about it later. If there's a video, I'll watch it. I do not want to be in the building when dangerous, scary employee gets served their walking papers.
Well, I mean, yeah, because to your point, the people that I've had to deal with that have blown up are not dangerous people. I mean, they wouldn't push it that far, I don't think, and they didn't. The ones I saw that blew up, they just kind of blew up.
Okay.
So, but there's also people I work with. I don't ever want to see that dude pissed.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like you almost should put out a memo. I cannot tell you why, but nobody wants to be around at 1:30 this afternoon except for this specific person.
I think though, I'd rather see somebody pissed walking out the door than somebody crying walking out the door.
Oh no, I'll take crying over pissed any day of the week.
It's too awkward.
Wait.
Like if I hear somebody's upset and getting walked out the door, I don't want to be around
Let me ask
for
you
that.
this. Okay, female gets fired. She's crying, walking out the door.
Yeah, I'm not going to look.
Dude gets fired, crying, walking out.
I'm not. I don't know. Either way, I don't want to deal with anybody's emotions, like sad emotions.
It would be very hard to watch a grown man cry, getting fired, and walking out the
Well,
door.
you laugh when guys cry because you're a psycho.
Well, it's very uncomfortable.
Even you ran inside. Wasn't there somebody crying one day and you ran inside?
Oh yeah.
Because you didn't want to be around for
Yeah,
it.
remember outside?
Okay, stop doing this.
Oh, but 10 years ago, for God's sake.
252 WCMF, we're talking about the story out of Chilai. A gas station was firing an employee, and it sounds, according to the story, excuse me, like they called the cops ahead of time to help. May have been a good idea. This guy showed up. His girlfriend's car, she was giving him a ride. The car had expired registration. The car had to be towed. They told him to not go back into the car because they were informed that he sometimes carries a firearm. He went and did that anyway, so he was arrested. Turns out there was a gun in the car, an illegal gun according to police. He's facing charges for that. And when they searched the car, they say they found what they believe to be narcotics. So he got up that day with his girlfriend giving him a ride to what he thought was a work day and ended up locked up with all this horrible stuff happening. Are there people that are so scary, so intimidating, such a wild card that it actually gives them job security?
Well, you don't want to deal.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, you just avoid them so they can hang out forever.
Oh, I mean like the boss is even afraid to fire them because of what they might do.
Oh.
Because they do say the safest snake is the one that you leave alone, Tommy.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, write that down.
Mm.
Could that be the secret to never getting fired?
I guess, but it's not a very fun life being the scariest person in the building.
How do you know? How do you know like being intimidating wouldn't be?
Because do you want to be known as the person that you may kill somebody?
Well, I'm never going to out and out say I'll murder you.
No, but you're giving off the vibe that I could stab you.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that.
Yeah, I don't want to be
person.
that person.
I've never been that person,
I
so
feel
I
like
don't
it's
know.
not going to get you very far.
You don't think that could be a little bit intoxicating, like the power you would
Oh,
have?
I'm sure. Like, I'm not saying you wouldn't enjoy being that person, but
Mini
I just don't
Putin.
think like it's going to. It's not going to do you any favors.
But what do you mean? You wouldn't lose your job? Like
You
if
probably wouldn't go anywhere in that job either, though.
Yeah, that's
not like you, where you've been promoted over and over and over again.
Bro,
Let's
I've
stick
had-
with
this
your
is-
plan.
Bro, this is my 5th seat they've given me. When I started this job, you had to stand up, son.
No, I'm saying like work hard, but act just crazy enough where no one you work with knows what you're capable
I guess it
of.
could work in your favor. It sounds like it's not a good long-term plan.
Well, hold on. Tommy, you hate confrontation. You're a coward.
Known hider.
Thank you. And you've had jobs where you were the boss.
Yes.
If you could fire a guy who would leave versus letting a guy go that you thought could freak the hell out, and they were both the same kind of worker, which one are you letting
I'm not
go?
dealing with the violent.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you
But
just
I'm not
proved
a
my
good
point.
boss. I was a horrible manager.
No, but you're assuming that other bosses are good bosses. Everyone says
You'd
their
have
boss
to be
sucks.
better than me. Like I was the worst employee in my department that I was in charge of. Think of that.
How did you get promoted?
Like there was guys that had to motivate me.
To motivate them back again?
Come on, Tommy.
A circular motivation squad?
Yes.
All right, all I'm saying is, look, don't be dangerous. Don't be that crazy person. But if you have that look in your eye,
All right.
maybe you can never get fired.
So have an edge.
Yeah, that's a way to go. That's a good way to put it.
edge,
Walk
baby.
in with an edge. School starts for most kids in the greater Rochester area next week.
Good.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Get out of my effing house. Get out of my house.
Get out of my coffee line.
Give me the way it used to be.
Yeah.
Is either the town you lived in, that's the school you went to, or you went to a private
Yeah.
school that you stayed at for 6, 4, however many years you were going to be going to that
A
school.
lucky child.
Yeah. It seems that that's now different.
So what's left?
Well, we have some numbers that are all over the place, and apart, they don't make sense. But when you put them all together, you start to see a trend. Public school enrollment is down nationwide.
Nobody wants to think anymore.
Private school enrollment is up,
Oh.
but with different kinds of kids. And homeschool enrollment is up as well. But the length that kids are being homeschooled is not as long as you might think. And when you take all these things together, it adds up to one specific thing. Parents are letting their kids try out different kinds of education.
But what's the point of that?
Well, that's what we have to figure out. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Next week, we are headed back to school.
Good.
Get the hell out of my house. That noise you hear, parents rejoicing across the greater Rochester area. But back to school this year, Tommy, and the last few years are different.
What happened?
Well, normally you know exactly where your kid will be for the, 5 years of elementary school, 4 years of high school, however long they're in middle school. They will be at that school the whole time.
So what's new?
Well, something's changing. And sometimes that grass you think is greener on the other side can get real brown real fast. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, I understand that we normally do a creep cap here. We
what happened?
Again, we have no creep cap. We're still dealing with technical difficulties. I am just as disappointed as everyone else is. I feel shame. We need to be better.
I'm trying to be as vulgar as possible.
No, I mean, you're nailing
we have
that.
plenty of that.
Yeah.
Plenty of that.
Just after 7:25, 7:30. When people drink, things get out of control.
I can.
But for some reason, this weird thing shows up for a lot of folks. All of a sudden, your hands become extra sticky no matter where you are. And you end up with things that are not yours in the back of the car in your house when you get home.
Oh.
The drunken theft, Tommy.
Oh.
We'll get into it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, fun fact.
What's that?
In the last 4 years, public schools in the state of New York have seen a 6% drop in enrollment.
So they're just dropping out?
Well, no. Parents are taking their kids out of public schools and putting them in other places.
Oh, unconventional learning.
Well, not necessarily. Okay, by the way, that 6%, that's 200,000 kids statewide in New York State. So that's a pretty significant number.
Yeah.
Okay. And the number could go even higher as we don't have the numbers for this year yet. So you would assume, Tommy, that those kids are now going to private schools.
Which is expensive.
It is, and some of those kids are. Yet, private schools are also reporting a fluctuation in numbers year by year.
Wait, the kid, they leave?
Yes, so the enrollment is there, but there's a lot of turnover for kids in these private schools, meaning some kids will try it for a year and then leave to go somewhere else, only to be replaced by another kid that wants to try private school that wasn't doing it the year before.
So it's like a revolving door.
Kind of feels that way.
All right.
So then that leaves homeschooling as another option.
Which
Yikes.
I know a lot of that became a very popular thing around COVID time.
yeah.
And then people stuck with it, right?
Homeschooling
Because you had to do it.
Homeschooling last year, and again, we don't have the numbers right now, was at its highest modern number nationally ever. 3.6 million kids last year were homeschooled. But numbers also suggest with homeschooling, something kids are doing for a year or two before trying something else as well.
Okay.
The bottom line, Tommy, seems to be this. Parents are having a hard time figuring out where they want their kids to learn. And they're trying different things, and different families are moving their kids to different situations to see where either they would be most comfortable.
So it's like a sample platter of like education?
It could be something like that.
All right.
It could also be, Kimmy, and we've seen this with parents before, everywhere their kid goes, their kid's not the problem. It's the school that's the problem.
Oh, I know that.
Yep.
So,
A lot of those situations, I think.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. Because I know, just based on the numbers, there are parents listening that have been doing this the last couple of years with their kid. And I'm curious as to why. What is the reason that you're not going the traditional route where, your kid is going to school where you live, or you picked a private school and you're just going to do that for 4, 6, 8 years, whatever it is? Why are so many parents putting their kids in so many different places in their short school career?
So I remember as a kid, the kids that did this, it was usually for a sports reason.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's also a factor here too, but I do remember kids, they would switch districts to get on certain teams, only to, like you said, like maybe it didn't work out with that coach, so they came back. And it was really the parents thinking that like their kid was really going to excel in a sport, which is why they made the move or switched to a private school or, whatever the reason.
Now, I remember that happening as well when I was a kid.
But those are really the only kids I knew that really moved around and tried new things. It was rarely ever for like an academic reason.
252-WCMF, how do you know when your kid has found the right place? Because, Tommy, this situation we're talking about was your childhood.
Yeah. Like I went to, I don't want to tell you how many schools, even as a little kid.
Well, I mean, you went public, you went to country day school, you went to military school, you went to Catholic school.
Yeah, I did it all.
Was that a good thing or a bad thing for you as
Well,
a kid?
it was bad for me because I sucked. But I think it would make for a well-rounded kid to meet different
new people. And you always have to be the new kid, so you're always adjusting to, you're always adjusting socially.
And that's probably really easy for a 5-foot-tall, bug-eyed weirdo.
Yeah, I don't know if it worked out so well for you.
See, guys, I'm calling you. My dad owns a Polisher, and then he bought an ambulance company. What?
What's wrong with my nose?
I ride the bus. I'm 18. You got a cold all the
So
time.
it was the first time I met people from different like ethnic backgrounds by myself.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because like when I went to military school, we had rich kids coming in from all over, and it was the first time I ever experienced that
Diversity.
It was like global.
Well, I remember you saying you would never like talk to a black kid until you went to military
Yeah,
school.
and then I ended up spending a weekend at his parents' house in Tuskegee, and hanging out with his friends, and it was like a completely different experience that I've ever had before. And I was like, I was 11, 12 years old. Like I would have never gotten it if I would have stayed at Palm Beach Country Day School. But like it was a really unique experience, and it really sticks out in my mind.
Okay, so if you were a parent, if you and your wife, go back 20, 30 years, right? You would argue to your wife, let's put our kid in as many schools as possible to see which one sticks and give them as many experiences as you can.
It can't hurt a kid.
It actually can.
I would think like maybe some kids have a tougher time adjusting or like not having that consistency when it comes to schoolwork. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're someone who doesn't, you don't have any connection with other human beings. Like, it's
and
very.
you weren't really that focused on school. Like maybe it was great socially, but was it good for you academically?
No, it was terrible. But here's the thing, like, so my parents, I will say this. So when we moved in this house he built in Florida, there was a lot of people building, and there was this one couple I remember. They had just built this beautiful house, and they moved in from Central Florida.
Okay.
And they left there because they didn't like the people that the kids were going to school with.
Oh.
And this is the South. So they moved to come into the city to go to school thinking those people don't live in the city anymore. I mean, they were so like they were moving their kids away from bad situations they perceived.
Sure.
Right? And then when I went to military school, I was a bad kid, and my parents sent me to military school. Those are the only people that go to military school are troubled rich kids. So I was with a bunch of just little a-holes the difference was we were now cadets. We were a-hole cadets.
You looked sharp in your uniform.
I really did. I was an adorable little cadet. Just don't talk to me. But you know what I'm saying?
And
like
you can
they
make
kept
a bed.
Yeah, they kept and I always had nice clothes on. But like they kept moving me around to get a better education and a more foundation and it didn't work.
Okay. But you still look at that fondly and think it's a good idea.
Well, because it worked out for him.
I will say this. You and I both went to private school and didn't do very well at it.
Yeah.
But we still got a lot out of it.
You're right.
You got a lot out of it, and I got a lot out of it not knowing it. Like, just being around that stuff, some of it stuck. And it was some of the good stuff that stuck.
Yeah, you're absolutely
Believe
right.
it or not.
No, I agree with you 100%.
Is it worth the price? I don't know. But I wouldn't have gotten those. You wouldn't have met people who you met, and I wouldn't have met people who I met if my parents had sent me to those places.
And here's the thing, too. You'll never know the alternative. Like, you'll never know what it would have been like had
If I
you
just
not
stayed in
moved
one
around.
school.
You'll never, like, you think that was a best experience for you, but you never really know the answer to that.
You're right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, over the last 4 years, public school enrollment in New York State is down 6%. That's around 200,000 kids. It's a massive drop. So you may be thinking people don't want to attend their kids in public schools anymore. They're going private. Private has seen a weird enrollment trend where the numbers are consistent, but they're seeing a lot of, as you put them, turnstile kids, where one kid will leave and then another one will take their place, right? And homeschooling is at the highest it's ever been nationally. 3.6 million kids last year were homeschooled, but even they're seeing there with homeschool numbers. Kids are trying it for a year or two, then going to a different place to get educated, and it seems like parents today are more likely to move their kids around to see where the best school option and where they want to be. Now, we're focusing a lot on private school here.
Yeah.
Homeschool is also an option. Kimmy, there are also districts where you can move your kid to a different school at request.
But Greece is one of them that I'm thinking of. I know they have Odyssey, which is a school. I don't know how the process works of getting into that particular school, but I think
if you like anime, you can go to
I think it was an option for Greece students, and I don't even know, border-wise how the high schools work. Like if you're like close to one, can you pick between the two? I don't know.
So like when it comes to finding a place for your kid to go to school, if you're going to make a change, do you rely solely on the opinion of the kid, or do you as a parent feel like you know best? Because, like, relying on what the kid thinks, I mean, that's the most important thing. They're the one experiencing school. But at the same time, issues with some kids or certain teachers could have your kid painting a picture that isn't accurate of the school they
You
go
could be
to.
getting played.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know when your kid's being honest.
Yeah.
And when they're being over the top because they think a different school would be cooler, more fun, an adventure.
I do wonder, too, if parents make that decision because they don't like the crowd that their kid's hanging out with. It may not even really be about the school. It could be, I don't like these, I don't like, the activities that my kid's getting into. I think there are so many reasons so many reasons other than the school itself that parents make that decision to try something new.
But you were saying?
That crowd thing never works. Like you're hanging out with a brag crowd. That crowd exists in every school, no matter what you're paying. Your kid could find that crowd if he wants or she wants to.
There are parents listening that would disagree with you that they took their kids out of a situation and they saw their personalities change. I'm telling you, man.
But they're going to, you're going to tell me that crowd didn't exist at that other school?
Well, I mean, kids are different, right? There are kids that seek out that stuff.
Yeah,
and there are kids whose friends,
yeah.
well, their friends group become that without the kid realizing it happens. You know what I mean? Something else that could be driving these changes that has nothing to do with how good you think schools are?
What's that?
The housing market.
Oh.
So there are some districts in Rochester that have a great reputation for schools. Your Pittsfords, your Fairports, your Victors. Right?
Yeah.
If you wanted to live in those places, but now you can't afford a home in those towns, are you more likely to try private or homeschool?
You got to go home.
And if so, why? There is a difference between a reputation of a school and how your kid will do at said school. Because you sit here and you want to sit with your leg crossed and your fingers in your hand. I'm going to have a responsible conversation about education.
I gave you my honest take.
Look, you're doing a great job.
Am I?
Yes, you are. But you think that certain schools are bad for every kid because of where the schools are located in this area.
Well, yeah, because they perform low.
Okay. But that doesn't mean every kid that goes to that school.
No.
No, but you kind of think so. If you look at a kid, if you heard a kid went to X school, you'd be busted, suck, stupid, see you at the car wash.
Well, you don't want to send your kid to busted academy. But, I'm saying, let's say you're a really driven kid, and your kid may succeed in any situation you put him in because they're just that good.
Sure.
But the me's and you's of the world need a lot of infrastructure.
Okay, fine.
To get us just to a D- average.
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't think...
Like you need a Springsteen tour support group just to get you over the hump, bro.
No, I'm genuinely curious. If people had plans when they first had their kids to send their kids to school in Pittsford or Victor, and now they can only afford a home in Grease Gates or Childway.
So they got priced out.
Right, of where they were going to live before. Well, now I'm sending my kid private because I've heard from people that the school district is terrible and I don't want my kid to fail. I don't know
do people even try it or do they just go straight to that other option?
It's a good question.
Or you homeschool, right?
But homeschool,
that seems like a very heavy lift.
Well, there were also kids. I don't know how popular this still is, but a lot of kids went to elementary school, Catholic elementary schools. Because I remember middle school was a wild time of all these kids you've never met before, all of a sudden coming into. Because at the time, I don't think there were really many options, private schools for middle school kids.
Yeah, Aquinas didn't have one.
Yeah, because it was everybody came together for middle school and then branched off again to go to your next, whether it was McQuaid, Aquinas, or somewhere else.
Yeah, I did my Catholic time.
Catholic time.
I did my elementary Catholic. St. John the Baptist. Still stands today.
We got messages coming in. This guy asked me to keep himself anonymous. He says, these flip-flop parents are the same ones that go to different travel teams every year. Okay, that makes sense. I'm trying not to paint these people as villains because, I get the initial knee-jerk reaction is these are people that are never happy. Whatever's wrong with their kids are never their fault.
Yeah.
Right? We all have that image in our head of that mom and that dad. How dare you? You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my kid. I'm going to put him in a different school. How about that? You're going to look at me, talk to me that way? How dare you? And, there's the West Side version. There's the East Side version. They exist everywhere.
Yeah.
But, I do think maybe to be fair, based on the way that you spoke about your experience.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not wrong to give your kid as many options as possible, not just for the social aspect of it, but to see what sticks because kids can be educated in different ways, right?
And experiences are all going to be good. In the long run, every experience, you're going to take something away from it, even if you don't realize it in the moment.
You're right.
It'll dawn on you 10 years later. Oh, I think this because that happened.
You're right. I guess my biggest fear with my kids, because when my kids went to Rush Henrietta and they're in Aquinas now, and we didn't take them on Rush Henrietta was great. I love that school district. It's just I went to Aquinas, my dad went to Aquinas.
Just your experience.
Yeah, and I wanted to give them the option, right? If they wanted to stay.
And I think that school wanted to give the Duffys one more shot at it.
Really? Because my dad, I think, still owes them $10,000.
Does he really?
No, I don't know. It's probably in collections. Hello, Mr. Duffy. Yes, yeah, your son graduated in 2004. I'm calling you daily. No, but I guess what I'm saying is my fear would be, like, if my oldest came to me and said, I don't like the school anymore, I want to try something else, right? I do feel like it's important for a kid to feel like they have a home for a period of time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's interesting that you're talking about how, like, you want to give your kids the option. I wonder how many of, like, these situations where kids are bouncing around schools, like, how much of it is the parent wanting them somewhere else? How much of it is the kid saying, I don't think it's working here, I want to try something new? Because I have a feeling like it's parent-driven most of the time.
Well, I don't know. Like, kids are also, like, you know, my daughter could have a bad week and decide she doesn't want to do something for the
but
rest
you
of
as
her
a
life, you know
parent
what I mean?
probably would talk them out of it, right?
Yes, but, I mean, I don't know if I'm right.
Yeah.
Like, I think I'm right. That's why I do what I'm doing. But I don't know, like, maybe 20 years from now, it's like, oh, I whatever she wanted to stop doing, I should have said okay.
Yeah, that would have to be fairly dramatic.
Well, okay.
For you to make that
really,
kind of a statement.
Teenage girls, it would have to be. What would be fairly dramatic in a teenage girl's world?
Like, I mean, I think you would know when they're just being a drama queen or this is like a serious situation.
Oh, I'm sorry. When did Mike Muley just walk into this room? You're not just being a drama queen. Look, man, I get what you're saying. And as a couple of grown-ass men, we can sit back there and be like, yeah, I know what's right and what's not. But, Kimmy, you can attest. I mean, there are things that will happen in a girl's life that dads just simply cannot understand.
Well, of course.
And we don't know the effect it'll have on them long term.
You mean like socially?
Socially, academically, the way they feel about how people treat them, things like that. Like,
Well, that's any kid, though, right?
Well, but I can identify better with a boy because I went through that stuff as a boy. I can say I went through this stuff in XYZ. I can't look at my daughter and say I experienced this same thing.
I will tell you this. My parents made a horrible decision with my sister in her senior year of high school.
What they do?
So my father sold his business in Jersey. My sister was getting ready to start that year, her senior year. And my parents could have stayed one more year and let her finish.
Yeah.
My parents thought, hey, we're moving to Florida.
Oh, that would be the worst time. You're
So
right,
her
to move a
senior
kid.
year, and don't forget, my sister's got a lot of issues to begin with.
Sure.
They leave. We move to Florida. I go to a new school. She goes to a new school. My brothers are in college. So she has to start her senior year in this South Florida school where she doesn't know anybody. And it was bad. So bad, she ended up marrying the guy next door, the first and only boyfriend she'd ever had. Like, as soon as I got out of high school, they got married.
Oh.
It was the worst. And my parents to this day thought, great experience. You moved there, you meet new people. He just wanted to get the hell out of Florida and start living his dream Hemingway life of fishing and drinking all day.
Okay, so I would like to point out
Right.
that the argument you made for 5 minutes the passion argument about having different experiences and how it's good for everybody, you just said that ruined your sister's life.
I'll tell you why, because my sister wasn't emotionally able to handle it.
But how
they knew that.
Okay, gotcha.
They knew it.
Okay.
Or at least if they didn't know it, they just were glossing over it.
Okay.
And listen, man, it was a crap. But they did the same thing with me.
Sure.
And they just thought it was a great idea. And by the way, my father went to the same school. My father went to Catholic school his whole life. And this is during the Depression.
Sure.
He went to a private school.
Look, I mean, we got a lot of daddy things coming out now, and I feel your pain. Look, I've been there, man.
I know.
But I mean, like, moving you, no matter what age, you were already a lost cause. Like,
Right.
there's nothing they were going to be able to do to make you smart, driven.
It wasn't there.
Attractive.
It wasn't that. And by the way, the
Young,
attractive,
Southern, and dumb, I hear.
that's on them.
That's on them. Why? You're
Well, listen, if you're ugly, blame your parents, man.
no,
Put that on a T-shirt.
we would sell a lot of those T-shirts.
What?
Sometimes you can have two good-looking people that mix together.
It's still their fault.
no, but it's not. They were.
And by the way, you rarely see two hot parents with fugly kids. There's gotta be a fugly in there.
There's gotta be.
Or unless fugly skips a generation.
Two hot parents and a fugly kid is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Look at Billy Joel's kids.
Oh my God!
Look,
Well,
Christy
but Billy
Brinkley.
Joel isn't a
that kid-
good-looking guy.
No, but he and Christy Brinkley made a kid. She got Joel face.
She's hot.
She got that
Well, no,
child.
there are two
yeah,
girls.
one got a Joel face. She's got her daddy's face and her mama's rack.
Bro, you know, but now that you're saying it, Billy Joel
Baby
with,
came out, I had a heart attack.
Billy Joel with giant breasts might be my fantasy. Let's take a break. There's lots of things that people will tend to do when they start to drink.
Yes.
Right?
Sing Billy Joel songs
Yes, that's
into
one
a
of
microphone.
them. That is one of them. But for some reason, one of the strangest is all of a sudden you become a little bit of a kleptomaniac.
So I think I'm guilty of this.
Oh, no, I know you're guilty of this. And more people than you think. Maybe this is like one of the unspoken universal side effects of being drunk.
My old man did it too.
There's a story coming from west of us where a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with stealing something. And what it is and where it's from, this has to be a drunken theft.
But is it kind of a joke theft?
I'll let you decide.
All right.
We'll give you the facts. Let you decide.
All right.
Next in the break room on WCMF. Tommy, most people are not thieves.
Oh, yeah, we hope not.
The majority of the time.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, even the most ethical, law-abiding citizens decide there are things they need after they've had a few drinks. And the few details we have in this story, Tommy, this has to be a guy that had a few too many.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our sultry voices.
Yeah.
How'd you like to see a man in a shacket?
Shacket guy.
With Michael Jackson loafers. You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. YouTube and Twitch, it's the Break Room WCMF. Check out the live stream. It's super entertaining. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Again, tonight, major event.
What's going on?
Well, our good friends Scott and Sandy.
Yeah.
They are celebrating 25 years together on the air.
It's an amazing run.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Jesus.
What?
How do you work with the same person for 25 years?
It's got to be easy. Just got to find the right cat.
But they're having a massive celebration. Music this evening. Scott and Sandy will be there as well.
Yeah.
I'm making an appearance. Not like scheduled. Just pop it in. Well, no, I'm saying I'm going to be there hanging out.
Oh, did anybody ask you?
No, I'm saying
I don't
I'm gonna
remember.
go.
I don't remember at
I
all
will
going.
also
hey,
be there.
Pat, where you going tonight?
I'm saying I'm excited to go for Scott and Sandy
He's
and hang
there
out with
to
the guys
support.
from Three Heads. Yes, I'm there to support them. Sandy came to your, musical extravaganza.
Well, it's only because it was free.
Come hang out tonight, celebrate Scott and Sandy, and
See Pat the Party Machine
Do Pat
breaking
the-
it out.
I'm going to be drinking the hop water they got there.
You got to drink one water.
I'm going to have a beer, and then I'll switch over to hop water.
Wow. Look at Three Heads raking it in on you.
I'll see you guys tonight at Three Heads Brewing with water and Scott and Sandy and your friends from CMF. This story comes to us from Batavia.
Oh.
40-year-old man has been arrested after police say he stole an umbrella stand from a local business.
Well, he just grabbed the umbrella and tried to walk
No,
with it?
not the umbrella.
The
Wait,
stand.
the base
The
of
heavy
it?
part.
It just says umbrella stand.
So that's
Okay.
the base.
Yes, I would
That
assume
thing
so.
weighs about 25 pounds, 30 pounds.
Must have been a strong man.
Yeah. Plus, you have to, get under the table.
Is it out
to
of the question
slide
to
it
see
out.
like a guy trying to see the heaviest thing he can pick up while drunk?
Oh, that's a good call.
But he put it in his car?
Well, yeah, he figured he could
All right.
pick it up and then he
That's a
stole
very
it.
odd thievery.
Yeah.
It is.
By the way, those are all the details we have. That's
Okay.
it. He's been charged with petty larceny. He's got a court date coming up. So we can deduce a few things with the limited information that we have here. One, you can't really flip an umbrella stand for cash.
No.
So this is probably something he wanted for himself. Two, most umbrella stands you see are outside of bars and restaurants where people are eating.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Outdoor dining.
And three, most of those places serve alcohol. If these allegations are true, this has to be a case of a drunken man who wanted to take home this umbrella stand.
That's a strong possibility.
Is that a fair take?
Because it's a very odd thing to steal.
Yeah,
you.
But usually those items that you take while drunk are unusual and don't make sense.
But
It's
usually,
just what you can get your hands on.
but the stuff, when I did it, you obviously knew where and why.
No, you
No,
don't.
I don't know.
No, you don't.
I knew a
'Cause-
kid that stole like a potted plant once. It was like a fake potted plant.
Yeah, I've done that.
But
Yeah.
but there's no reason. You don't need that potted plant. You just thought, well, this is not attached to anything, so I think I'm going to take this.
All right, why do most people, and it is most people, want to steal things when they've been drinking?
It's like a gag.
Okay, but is this like an untalked about side effect of being a drunk?
Yes, because my father did it. We had multiple cocktail mini tables
Was
in
your
our
dad
house.
drunk?
Wait,
when
your
he
dad was
did
stealing
that?
tables?
And by the way, he did this in Manhattan and
So he
took
had
it
to
home to our
ride a
house
train?
in Jersey. But then, I had a great drinking buddy, this guy Bobby. I just love this guy to drink with, and we did this all the time. We stole a potted plant out of our buddy's bar, put it in my sister's house, and he didn't even realize it. He was over at my sister's house for dinner, and he goes, "Oh my God, I had one just like this, and somebody took it."
Did you ever tell him?
Yeah, of course. We gave it back to him, but we stole all those "It'll be a pleasure to seat you" signs.
Okay.
Every time we grab one.
So let's talk about that. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Your dumbest drunken theft.
It's got to be
What was it?
signs. Signs has to be number one.
Everywhere signs.
Bar
No.
signs, all that stuff.
Because but you just said it's
Yeah.
something, you made the argument it's something you need. What were you doing with 12 pleasure to seat you signs?
Dropping off at the front door of my sister's house and going home for the night.
Okay, so you didn't need those signs.
No,
So-
it was a gag.
Okay, and you didn't need the plan.
But at least you know, I didn't grab the base of a table. or a door, or a, you know what I mean? It was a funny gag.
Look, man, it's half a
I'm
dozen
gag
of
guy.
one, six of the other here. You can't kill your dad for stealing a table when you're stealing pleasure to seat you signs, because those things seem harder to replace.
God, I just remember being in the car, laughing our asses off, drunk as hell.
How do you know your buddy wasn't stealing from you?
Well, I had nothing to take.
Yeah, what do you
Okay,
take from
good point.
Tommy? He had no
But he
talent.
was
But again,
rich.
it didn't have to be anything significant, right? You just took something because you could.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, look, when you talk about the stuff that goes missing the easiest, glasses, ashtrays, bar
Yeah,
displays,
my parents grabbed all that stuff.
those giant cardboard cutouts, they grow legs all the time.
Yeah.
Right? 90% of road signs that go missing have to be from drunken people seeing them on the ride home and deciding that's going to live in my
And don't
garage
worry,
from
it's
now
usually
on.
late. Nobody's around. Nobody's looking.
Yeah.
And that's when you snag this stuff. I still have a shot glass from the original Playboy Club in Manhattan my old man was a member of that he just walked out the door with. And it has all the logos on
Do you
it.
ever see if that's worth any money?
I've never used it. It's like in perfect condition.
You should eBay it, see what
I
it's
know. I'm
worth.
just curious.
But then you're not going to leave it for the next Muley legacy.
I want to hand it to my grandson.
252 WCMF 2529263 with this story of this man arrested in Batavia for stealing an umbrella stand. That's the only details we have of the allegation. He had to be drinking. The dumbest thing you stole while drunk. Josh is on CMF. Hey, Josh, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys.
Hey.
I steal glasses a lot. Like, if we go out to bars or something, they have something interesting, I'll take it. But one time when I was working at Walt Disney World, I was out with a bunch of friends for a birthday, and the ESPN club down there had these light-up freezy glasses that had water in them. They were plastic. They had LEDs in them, and they were only brought out for, like, birthday Sundays. And our friend's birthday, he wanted the glass. So I'm just like, I had a few in me, and I'm like, so how much is the mug? And this waiter, in the most condescending tone, is like, oh, those are not for sale. I'm like, oh, okay, just checking. So she started, like, getting a little teary-eyed. I'm like, don't worry about it. I started rinsing the glass out with our table water, dried it down, and I had my jacket with me. So I just hooked my hand through the handle, put my jacket over, and did the preppy thing where I throw the jacket over my shoulder, and we walked out. And then I handed it to her, and she didn't realize what I'd done. I'm like, we're in the middle of this crowded restaurant. I steal this giant mug that was like a liter, and she just got so bright-eyed and like rosy-cheeked, and I'm pretty sure the entire time we were down there, that was her drinking glass, and she always had it with her. So I'm like, I was very happy about that one.
Scumbag with a heart of gold. This Josh over here. So, Josh, what is it about drinking that makes everyone a thief?
I think it just gets you, like, excited to be in a moment, and you're just like looking for things, and
you're drunk.
For me, it's just you get happy, and if you're in with a group, it's going to get amplified even more, where you think it's going to be funny, or you're egged on to do it, or you just in general want the thing.
Think of the girls you laid with drunk.
Josh, thanks for the call, buddy.
Right?
Yeah.
And that was
Can we not think about that?
I think at the time you had time to bail
Yeah.
on going back to her scuzzy little apartment and having to deal with her two cats, and you didn't bail. And I'm taking this glass, man. I'm on the road to bad decisions tonight.
Okay, but here's the difference. Right? Like if you want to use women as an example, there were plenty of women that I spent time with sober that I regret. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
I've never taken anything sober. Like I've never stolen anything sober.
Right.
It's an interesting study in psychology because most people would not qualify themselves as a thief, and they go, "I have a moral objection to it." But then when you start drinking, that moral objection goes away. So maybe we are all thieves. We just the fear of getting caught goes away because we're drunk.
Well, yeah. I mean, your inhibitions go away, right? You're not thinking clear.
Yeah.
You're not thinking logically about the future.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I see you guys on hold. We'll get back to you in a sec. I think what's most surprising about the story that starts this conversation,
what's that?
The umbrella holder theft. If the allegations are true, this place pressed charges.
I'm kind of surprised they went because they got their thing back.
Well, we don't know if they got it back, to be fair. But like most of the time,
that's a long way to go to make a point.
Most of the time, businesses are not happy. But they are understanding if they get what they got back, no harm, no foul. Remember last summer, there was that bar in Pittsford. They had to release security footage of a woman who stole a Josh Allen cardboard cutout.
Yes,
You remember that story?
I do remember that.
It made the news.
Yeah.
Someone dropped it back off anonymously, and that was the end of the story, right? Is that the right way for bars and restaurants to do it?
Yeah,
it's
you
bad
get it
business to like drag you into court.
But here's the thing. I mean, maybe if they did like legitimately punish people, it may stop the drunken.
I don't think so. Think of your drunk self.
Yeah, you're not thinking, oh, gee, you're not thinking of articles you read about this from a year ago.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You drunk.
252 WCMF, we're talking about the dumbest thing you ever stole drunk. Seems like a lot of Joshes have sticky fingers.
Oh.
Because we got another drunken Josh here. He's on CMF. Hey, Josh, too. How are you, buddy?
Hello. So I got a funny story. I was 18. I was drunk. My buddy was driving the car, and we stole a stop sign.
How?
So the
How
stop
did you steal
sign-
a stop
They had to
Very
stop.
dangerous.
So the stop sign was already on the ground. We think somebody hit it,
Okay.
but it still had the concrete base.
It doesn't
on
count,
the,
bro. It's already knocked
on the
over.
Well,
pole.
no, but did you hear him? It still had the concrete
Concrete
base
All
base.
on
right,
it.
all right. That's heavy.
And we got pulled over 10 minutes after we stole the stop sign.
Can't hide that.
What happened? You can just hold up
we're
the sign
in
and
my
they'll stop
buddies-
arresting you.
We're in my buddy's, I think it was like a Toyota Solara or something. It's like a small two-door coupe. So the stop sign was in the trunk, and we had the pole coming out of the trunk in between the two seats and, like, basically sitting on his dashboard with the concrete base on it. I don't know if the cop just had, like, a really rough day or whatever. From what I remember, though, he saw it, he looked at us, and just said, go home.
Right, you got to, did you keep the sign?
Yeah, we kept the sign.
Wait.
He didn't ask. He
Your
didn't
dad
ask
pulled these
any
guys over.
questions. He did not care at all. He just did a heavy sigh. Was
That's
like, I
it,
don't
that's
want to
it, that's
deal
it.
with this, and just sent us home.
Josh, too. Thanks for the story, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That probably was my dad.
Start talking about his no good kids.
Go on, kids.
I got to lift up this sign. It's got a concrete on. I'm not doing that.
I got to go to a Bills game on Sunday.
We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. I dated a girl who would steal other women's shoes at weddings while they were dancing.
I always had this fear because I knew girls that would walk out with whatever coat they could get their hands on
Wait,
from
seriously?
bars. Yes, it happened. Like you would see somebody walking out with like I remember having to my roommate. She's like, yeah, that girl, I have that same coat, and then she went to go get her coat, gone.
Oh, my God.
But they do it as a joke?
And I don't know if they do it because they think it looks similar to their coat
Or they're
because there
just
were
drunk?
coats left over. So clearly they left their coat that they came with. But yeah, I knew girls that would like walk out with stuff that just put it on and go.
Okay, so like Brian, Brian writes this on Facebook. He says, I dated a girl who would steal other women's shoes at weddings while they were dancing. He goes on, it was only when she was drunk, but I watched her do it like 3 times before we broke up.
So she put on the other
and
person.
she's the one that broke up with me.
I wouldn't do it at a wedding because you know those people.
So
most
like
likely.
you put on somebody else's shoes and then you'd walk out with those shoes for the
It
night?
just said I would steal other women's shoes. Well, but they would also have to be the same size. That's a lot of work.
Right. And then you're also going to leave your shoes there, which I'm guessing if you're at a wedding are probably fairly nice shoes.
Unless you're like wearing flip-flops and you're carrying shoes out.
Oh, yeah, they do
guess
change their
You
shoes.
could throw shoes in a purse,
Yeah,
maybe?
women are weird with shoes.
Mark writes us on Facebook, my uncle gets drunk and steals dirt bikes. Okay, this is not what I meant.
Okay, that's straight up. That's like
Your
thievery.
bike's off. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm talking like funny
Yeah.
stuff that no one else is going to miss.
Like
a
useless
glass.
stuff, yeah.
Not dirt bikes and shoes. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen and lady. How you doing?
Good, man.
So my story goes way back into the 1970s when we were partying one night in college and came out of the bar. There were 4 of us in a Mustang and 2 of us on motorcycles.
Man, this is a Thin Lizzy
Say
song.
No, but one of the guys decided to take the sign off the bar that said literally bar entrance and put it in the back of the car. So we're then sitting at a 7-Eleven, and a police officer pulls up, decides we're acting a little strangely, flashes a flashlight into the back seat, and sure enough, there's a sign. He arrested the 4 guys in the car. They got put in jail. We had to go out and raise bail for them that night. And unfortunately, one of us couldn't make the full bail, so one stayed in jail the entire night. Next day, 2 days later, we had to go to court.
It was all you jackasses at Delta House. And I've alerted your draft board that you're all eligible for military service.
It was bizarre watching these 4 guys in court over about a $25 fine at that time.
You want the worst part of the story?
What was that?
Up until they got the sign back, everybody just stood outside the bar. They didn't know how to get in.
There's a pile up at the bar.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So they actually got punished for it.
Yes.
How do you choose who gets to stay behind in jail? Is that the guy you like the least,
It has to be, right?
or is it the one you think who can handle it the best?
I always like, too, how every story from the 70s will have a motorcycle in it at some point. Every guy's story has a motorcycle in it.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, now you bring that up.
Mm.
I read the Facebook message from Mark. My uncle gets drunk and steals dirt bikes. He wrote me a longer message. You ready? My uncle gets drunk and steals dirt bikes from other campsites when he's at his summer place. He's had the cops called a few times, but then he just gives them back and it's over. What are you doing?
So
Mark stole a dirt bike again.
And he does it drunk?
So he said, my uncle gets drunk and steals. Yeah, he's also that's a DWI.
Yeah.
You're also could kill yourself on a dirt bike.
Okay.
Like you could hit a tree in a
Unless
trail.
he's walking him away.
Yeah, because it would be hard to not catch somebody.
Yeah.
A drunk uncle is riding. He ain't walking.
You talking about a riding drunk?
Oh, yeah.
And we'll take one more call, 252-WCMF. We're talking about the dumbest thing you've ever stolen drunk after the story in Batavia of a man who was arrested for stealing just an umbrella stand. Just an umbrella stand. Dave's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
All right.
What's up?
Me and my military buddies, we got kicked out of a bar. We went to another bar, and it was like a dive bar. And we were playing pool, and we decided to steal the 8-ball.
Oh, that's the biggest dick move of all
It is.
time.
It's a small thing, but it has a big impact.
They don't just sell 8 balls, Dave.
But thank you for your service.
But it still sits at my house, too.
Man,
Proud of that 8-ball.
You know that bar, that guy had to go on eBay, like, I just need an 8-ball.
Yeah,
I
that
need
would
one
be
8-ball.
Yeah.
Dave, thanks for the call, man. It's weird that you
It's those small things, though, that is probably the most annoying for a bar owner.
Yeah.
Because to your point, it's like, man,
And it's
where am I
necessary.
going to find one of these? Yeah.
Yeah, they're still playing that game of pool to this day. Let's take a break. Weapons at the airport have been a thing a lot over the last couple of years. It's mostly guns. However, there is a story coming from the Rochester airport warning people to stop trying to bring these things through security.
And it's a weapon?
Well, it is, but this is weird because people get them because they're weapons. They buy them for protection.
Yeah.
But, Kimmy, it feels like people don't realize how much of a weapon these are.
Yeah.
Because
it just looks cute on your keychain.
and they're not trying to hide them.
Yeah.
Like, do these people that have them not realize if they had to use it, how gruesome
Yeah,
it would
no, you're
get?
right.
Oh, it's gruesome.
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. I'd like to propose a new law.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You are not allowed to carry a weapon unless you understand how terrible it can go using that weapon.
How bad is this weapon?
Bro, see, here's the thing. People think, they are cute, and people think it's just this is a self-defense item. But the fact that people keep getting caught, not trying to hide them, going through airport security, tells me they don't get how horrific it would be if they actually had to use this.
How badass is this thing?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Story on 10 NBC last night says that cat eyes keep getting confiscated at the TSA in the Rochester airport.
Oh, the Lee Zeldin knife.
You keep calling. It's not okay. So it's not a knife. It was the Lee Zeldin incident thing. A cat eyes is essentially
It's a dagger, right?
It's a brass knuckles with two sharp points on the end,
Yeah.
and they're not knife points, but they come to
they'll do
a
damage.
sharp
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Okay. They're most of the time you see them on keychains, and they become very popular the last couple of years with women, especially, Kimmy.
Yeah, we even have a coworker who bought like a self-defense package, I would call it, and it's all on her keychain, and it's like, the pepper spray or mace, whatever. I can't remember what the difference is. The cat eyes. I think she has like a whistle on there.
Yep.
Like there's a whole bunch of like that kind of self-defense stuff, but it's also all color coordinated.
It's all pink.
Like you can get it all pink, you can get all blue, you can get all purple.
So
Whatever color you're feeling.
they're catching them when they're putting them in the key, that tray you're throwing in.
Yeah.
So here's what's strange about this.
What?
These people know their weapons because they bought them for self-defense. But they don't think they're weapons enough to not be able to bring them on an airplane.
Or you forget they're just on there because
Well,
you never use it, right? How many people actually use that crap?
Well, but they're
right?
pretty big. It has to be big enough to put in your hand and punch with.
But it is funny because they show some of the pictures of the ones that they've taken, and they are attached to keychains. So to your point, I figure people probably just always have it on them, not even thinking about it.
Like pepper spray that you would have on there too,
Okay,
right?
all of that is possible. Yeah. It's also possible that people that have bought these things don't realize how much damage they do when they use them.
They might not think it's as serious as it is.
Exactly.
Or you could put 2 major punctures in somebody.
Well, and that's just it, right? Like, I'm going to go out on a limb here, right? I'm going to guess the overwhelming majority of people that have these cat eyes have never used them, nor have they ever really been in a fight, period.
Probably.
Like, they've never seen someone straight up punched in the face with a bare fist. Because even watching that, if you've never experienced that in your life, the first time you see it, oh my God. If somebody who has these cat eyes has never seen anybody get hit with a set of cat eyes, you don't know the gruesome event you're about to witness or participate in using them.
It's going to be quite bloody.
I think that maybe... Like, I'm okay with people having the cat eyes. It makes me a little uncomfortable, but I get you want to have self-defense. I think that you should only be legally allowed to carry them after watching 5 minutes of videos of people being hit with cat eyes.
And you'll probably find that very easily.
Do
those things come with instructions when you buy them?
Oh, yeah. It's called do this.
Like they have like little stick figure, like how you stop an intruder.
I've never
Like different ways of punching.
And, it shows like the little guy falling backwards,
I don't know.
Right.
You can blind someone, you can deafen someone, you can kill someone.
Yeah.
Like all of these. I've never seen a cat eyes get used. I watched brass knuckles get used once, and that was horrific.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Also illegal in the state.
Yes. Well, the cat eyes, are the cat eyes illegal?
They should be. If brass knuckles are, how is this thing not illegal? This is way worse.
Well, so here's the thing. Like, we've looked this up a couple of times, and we keep getting conflicting answers, right? So I agree with you. I don't think they should be legal.
Yeah, because this is basically, it's a dagger. It's a two-pronged dagger.
That you're using the entire force of your body
Fist.
to, bah! 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, the airport in Rochester, story on NBC last night says they keep finding cat eyes. They're these sharpened brass knuckles that have become very popular as self-defense tools. They're saying you cannot take these on a plane. And the fact that people don't realize they can't take them on a plane tells me they don't understand how actually dangerous these things are. We haven't seen any story other than the Lee Zeldin story. And for those who don't remember, he was the Republican governor nominee.
Yeah.
Ran against Kathy Hochul in the last election. He was doing an event just out of town here, and somebody got up on stage with a set of cat eyes and was like approaching him, threatening him.
And then they had to take the guy down, and Lee went down with him.
Yeah, but he never got hit.
There was a pile of khakis on that stage. No, they got him in time. I've never seen so many dockers in one spot that wasn't in a gap.
It was like a union meeting.
Yes.
No, but we haven't seen a story of someone getting hit with the cat eyes yet, have we?
No.
Not that I remember. All right, Kimmy, I'm sorry, you were going to say.
It does seem like they are illegal in most states,
Okay.
which is also why they take them from you at TSA.
But it's weird. So they must not be illegal.
You can probably buy them online.
It says like that. There are some states where you can buy them, and
No, I mean, it must not be illegal enough for the person to get arrested.
oh,
Because it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like these people getting caught. And I could
They're
be
just
wrong.
taking them,
Yeah, don't
probably.
quote me. Don't think you're going to walk through TSA with your cat eyes and not get in trouble. But there's nothing in the story that says they're being arrested because you get caught with a gun at TSA.
Right.
They'll detain you. It says here they're just like confiscating them.
I guess it falls under the category of like a pocket knife. Let's see, I had a pocket knife and I forgot
no,
about it.
because a pocket knife is legal. It says these cat eyes are illegal.
But I probably
period.
can't go on a plane with it.
Obviously.
So they would probably just take it from
But
me.
what I'm saying is if the cat eyes, the pocket knife, not illegal. If the cat eyes themselves are illegal, right? Like you
Yeah.
would think that maybe
Extra charge,
I don't know. There would be a charge, period,
yeah.
right? Just be careful. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like everyone's dad.
Be careful with them cat eyes.
No,
out
but
there,
I mean,
kids.
like, you know, there's.
Ladies, y'all be careful with your cat eyes.
We all have this idea of like when we buy something we think is cool and dangerous of like how it will go if we have to use it. And it never goes that way.
I always assume if you buy that stuff, you practiced with it in a mirror,
Yeah.
right? Like you pulled it out, you kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Well, why
you,
else?
you created some scenario, and there's even like back and forth dialogue you're doing. You know,
well, you gotta have
talking
a
to me?
line to go with it,
You
right?
talking to me? I know you're not talking to me.
Why else would you buy it if
Right.
you weren't going to stand in front of the mirror and do that a little bit?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. You got to practice.
I'm just saying, like, you know, like, just be aware of what you're getting yourself into. Because let's say you are in a bad situation and you have to use the cat eyes, right, on someone that maybe wants to hurt you.
Yeah.
Even witnessing that in front of you to
Yeah.
save your own skin could be like, oh my God, I can't believe I did what I just did.
Yeah.
So just everyone, just be cool.
Pump the brakes.
Thank you. Okay. It's strange how in this specific instance, you will trust anybody that says anything to you. And I'm not saying you specifically, although it happened here.
Yeah.
Like, we're all pretty tribal,
Yeah.
right? Like, you want to hang around people that you've known for a long time, people you know that have the same likes and dislikes as you. And if someone from outside that circle gives you advice on anything else, you're okay, yeah, like, what do you know what you're talking about? However, it doesn't matter who gives you advice on this specific subject, you will take that advice. And it's something that we found here in the office because a man who sits in this room who has nothing in common with this other person.
Maybe
been-
more in common than we think.
Do you think they want to hang out at the same places?
I don't know. They kind of tend to.
You were going out of your way to ask her.
Well, everybody has good information. It's something.
Who are
Since
you?
when?
Who
Everybody.
are you?
Everybody.
We'll tell you what Tommy has been asking the last person you'd think he'd be asking anything about next year in the break room on CMF. When you're on vacation, you have a tendency to make odd friends.
Oh, yeah, because you're meeting new people.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you specifically.
Yeah.
I mean everybody, right? Like at the airport, the hotel, resort, whatever. You will talk to, hang out with people you never in a million years would spend time with at home. But it turns out that could happen even before you leave.
How so, Pat?
Well, the two least likely people in this building are now bonding because one man wants to know all of the things he should do when he gets off a plane at this place.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Tommy, you are headed to Charleston, South Carolina?
Yeah, my brother lives down there. We're going to visit.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, one of my two rich brothers.
So you've been in Charleston before, but you haven't been in decades.
Bro, when I was in Charleston, I could afford Dairy Queen. Barely.
For those who don't know, Charleston has become this weird-ass destination.
It's a hot spot.
For women in their 20s all the way up to their 80s. It's like Nashville Light. Is that a fair statement?
It's like Nashville met Miami.
Mammy.
Yeah.
Nashville.
Yeah, and you'll see if you walk around, you'll also see a bunch of like bachelorette parties too.
High-end hillbillies.
So, someone we know in this building just got back from Charleston.
Right.
Which is where this weird story starts because, Kimmy, this woman revealed to you that Tommy has been coming to her for advice.
Yeah, she came in after the show the other day. She's like, "Oh, is Tommy gone?" And I go, "Yeah, you missed him."
Oh, it was 10:01.
And she was saying she had something that she wanted to tell you that she forgot when you guys were talking about your trip.
That woman would be?
That's Breezy down the hall on PXY.
You've been going to Breezy, asking what you should do in Charleston.
Yeah, what'd you think? I haven't been in a long time.
You wanted suggestions.
Yeah, so I know the town's completely changed. When I was there, I was a broke comic.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt to get some suggestions. I mean, what'd you think?
No, okay, fair.
So she turned me on to a couple things.
Wait, well, what are you going to do that Breezy suggests?
A couple of bars I'm going to check out.
You're going to go to bars that Breezy hangs out in?
They're just bars, man.
Okay.
What do you think? There's like old people bar, young people bar?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I can't go to the young people bar?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going.
Well,
I'm going, man.
there goes your fun vacation. Look, for those who don't know, Tommy and Breezy could not be more different. She is a young woman, lives in the city, goes out every night, is the trendiest person I've ever met in my life.
Yes.
Every impression Tommy does of young people in a negative way on this show is an accidental impression of Breezy.
But I also call myself T-Breeze.
You are a stuck-in-your-way old man from Pittsburgh who doesn't like to leave the house.
You don't like change.
You don't like loud music. You don't like crowds. You don't like fun.
I don't like you.
But despite all of that, you're putting faith in Breezy that she will lead you to spots you will enjoy.
You for some reason think that you both enjoy the same type of vacation.
Well, I mean, she might have some ideas that I might enjoy. You never should poo-poo anybody's knowledge.
No. Like, it's one thing
You
for
should have an open mind.
It's one thing for her to like walk by and go, "Oh, I tried this," when you're talking about going to Charleston. It's another thing for you to, on multiple occasions, go out of your way to try and get tips.
Yeah, like, what'd you think?
From a young girl who likes to party.
I party.
Okay, so would you take suggestions in Rochester of places she goes to hang out?
No, I do that.
What's the difference?
There's a difference. I don't know what's going on down there.
You don't
I know
know
what's going on around here.
No, you don't know what's going on with the places
I'm
she
not
hangs
going
out
to
at.
the Breezy bar, goddamn downtown with the hipsters, with their left-handed cigarettes and their e-scooters.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Who do you trust with your vacation advice? Who are you willing to listen to about things to do, where to stay, what to see? Because there is this weird phenomenon. If you are going somewhere and someone else in your orbit has been, no matter your relationship with them, you will listen what they have to say.
You're a dunce not to ask questions. I mean, you're getting free advice. and especially if it's a place most people don't normally go.
Okay.
Like, I would never go to Charleston unless my brother lived there.
I get it.
It wouldn't be like a destination for it.
I get it, but if you won't take advice on anything else from Breezy.
But I need something. I don't need advice for Rochester.
Maybe you do.
You need a tour guide, is what you're saying.
I've been here 30 years. I know my way around.
Bro, we just said Acme
I can drink
Pizza.
blindfolded. I'm not going to your Acme
We
bar.
just said Acme Pizza is closing this morning tomorrow, and you go, "Oh, what's that?"
I'm not going
26 years it's been open.
That's not my style.
That's what I'm saying, and what her style is in Charleston is
but
not
we
yours.
did find out that Tommy signed up for Breezy did before he even knew she did it, which is weird that those two things overlap.
Yeah, you guys did have that in common.
Yeah.
You're going to do something very strange. By the way, it's not just people we know. We'll do it with strangers while we're on the trip,
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Have you ever had someone in a bar on a vacation, like, recommend a place for you to eat?
Yeah, and sometimes they it hit. Like
Like
they
if
were
it was
right.
a local person.
Yeah, it's happened to me like at the because I can't sleep in the morning. Like I'm down in the lobby, I meet people at the hotels or something like that, and I get to talking to them, and they turned you on to stuff.
Okay, now here's the thing. Kimmy brought up the local thing. If it's a local and you're walking around,
Yeah.
I'm with that 100%.
Yeah. Like, oh, you don't want to go there. It's going to be
Yeah.
too busy at this time. Go to this place instead.
If I'm at the hotel bar and somebody that's also visiting goes, you should try this, you're taking a risk. And my wife will take those words as gospel.
Like as another tourist.
Yes, we know nothing about this person, what they like, what their background is, but my wife will then desperately try to get to that place. And here's the thing.
What's that?
Sometimes you will get a well-traveled person that has all kinds of great tips, and you're right, it'll hit and it'll be awesome. Other times, it's someone like my dad, who, and I'm not making this up, has said on multiple occasions out of his mouth, the best bar in the country of Mexico, the entire country of Mexico, is Senor Frogs at the port of Cozumel. He has told multiple people.
Why? That's why they put it at the entrance.
He has told multiple people, if you go to Cozumel, you got to go to the Senor Frogs, best restaurant in Mexico. Without question, that is a tip he has given to a stranger at an airport. That's who you're trusting.
All right. There is those occasions you're going to get a couple of clunkers.
But I'm thinking that's the majority of it. Like, you're a unique cat.
What do I do?
Am I wrong? What you
Weird.
like, what you
Just some
eat, what
things-
you
yeah.
drink.
I will say this. I do this to Kimmy all the time because I wanted her to take vacations in the future, and I'm telling her where to go when she goes.
Yeah, like I'm not even planning to go to these places, and Tommy's giving me advice. Now, when you go down to Florida, there's this restaurant on the beach,
I've
and
given
they
you
serve
3
a
tips.
really good crab roll.
I've given you 3 really. I always said like if you go down there, 3 good restaurants.
Okay.
That are off the beaten path.
Okay. Fine. But, like, what makes you think?
Oh, let me write that down.
Like, even if she
'Cause
was,
I don't want her to miss.
even if she was going to these places, you two only have the boat show in common.
That's not true. Quite a few Bravo shows.
Okay, other than the Bravo verse.
Here's the thing.
What?
Like, you're not a good traveler. You have a bad taste in your mouth for travel because you don't want to do anything that doesn't require your own couch. So you already start off in a bad mood.
No.
Yeah.
Kimmy's got to travel in Jones, and I understand that. I mean, she's been to places like I'll tell you something. She's been to Palm Springs.
Yeah.
I am dying to go to Palm Springs.
So go.
She's well. If I ever
See, like we're desert people. You're not a desert
We're
person.
desert folk.
Oh no, you guys are both desert people. Just death, sand, heat.
I've never been. She's been multiple times to the coast. You don't think
Okay,
I'm going to ask
bro,
her?
Quit talking like a Pan Am air
She's
pilot
been-
from 1960.
Bro, she's been to Cali many times.
Shut up.
And you don't think I'm going to ask her advice about going to Palm Springs if I ever get, God willing, ever get to go, or if I ever went to? She's been to Los Angeles multiple times. I've never been to Los Angeles. If I'm going, I'm going to ask
She likes
her.
craft beer bars. She likes wineries. She likes
No,
stuff
but
like
she's
that.
been like, she's been to Dodger Stadium. I go, is it worth it? Palm Springs.
Is it worth it? The stadium that's been there since the 1960s.
But it
where the
might be
Dodgers
it might be a crap hole. I don't know. See,
I
like,
do
see
thi-
what
I
you
do
do.
like
You
to
just
think-
assume.
I do like to think I know Tommy enough to know the things he's not
Right.
gonna like.
Right.
Like maybe I don't hit on like the stuff I suggest, but I definitely know he's not gonna like certain things.
Right. And I know she has no interest in Bob Hope's house, which I am going to go to before I die.
Okay, but that's fair. Like you're right. Kimmy knows you well enough because we've worked
Right.
together for so long.
But
The
you would
difference
laugh. You
here-
would laugh if she was giving me advice in this room. You would be there sitting there crapping all over.
Yes, I would. I
Yeah,
would. But
yeah.
the difference there, if you want to make that argument, I'll give it to you. Although I still would crap
Thank
all
you
over
so
it.
much.
Again, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is headed to Charleston, coming up to go visit his brother. Your brother lives down there.
Yeah.
Charleston has become, like, you put it perfectly.
It's a hotspot.
Nashville light for, like, women from 20 all the way up to 80. And Breezy, who works down on PXY, was just there.
Yeah.
We discovered that Tommy has been asking Breezy for advice,
Yeah.
despite the fact that they could not be more different people on where he should go and what he should do in Charleston. You bring up the Kimmy thing, she knows you. Breezy don't know you. And Breezy's also, and I love Breezy, one of the most selfish people I've ever met in my
Well.
life. So even if
I mean,
even if she did know you, she wouldn't have the wherewithal to like say things you wanted. It's just going to be what she enjoyed.
yeah, but just one selfish person talking to another one, right?
That doesn't work.
Maybe it does. Maybe maybe that's the formula. Like maybe we T Breeze and Breezy cracked that code.
T Breeze and Breeze T.
By the way, she has the perfect name to start like a tour in Charleston. Breezy tours would be something I would sign up for.
Okay.
Like one of those walking tours where everybody has to like follow the flag.
God, those are so funny, right? Do people know how stupid they look in those tours?
Do you know they have those in Rochester?
Flag tours?
I don't know if it's like I've seen group tours where I used to live in Village Gate. It would be like a group of people during the summer, and they would be going to different neighborhoods in Rochester.
Did they have that lead person with that flag?
The flag says follow me on it.
How bad are you at following people in Rochester if you need that? I get if you're like at the Coliseum in Rome and there's like 1 billion people there.
Like maybe in the 40s is something you needed, right? I got a phone. If I get lost, I can just call a cab.
Or I can just watch where I'm going in the moment.
You know what's weird? It's not just when it comes to vacations advice on where to go when you're there.
Yeah.
This might be also why we all take the same vacations, because they kind of go in patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Like
You'll notice all of a sudden everybody you know is in like Arizona or some random destination. You're like, how did everybody decide to go there at the same time?
Charleston's a perfect example of it because that came out of nowhere. The weirdest one to me, so many people from Gates, Greece, and Chili vacation in Hilton's Head, South Carolina.
Well, it's a day's drive. 12 hours, you're on the beach.
I understand, but there's lots of places in between where it's also a day's drive.
Yeah.
And
a lot of beaches
But
you're passing.
Hilton Head's got a lot of golf.
Okay.
A lot of nice golf.
But it's only West Siders who take that trip.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced it's because somebody went 40 years ago.
Yes.
Told their cousin Tina, hey, this was great. And she told 2 friends, and she told 2 friends. So now the entire West Side drives to Hilton's
And
Head,
they stay in the
South Carolina.
same spot every time.
Every single time.
But you also get those multiple families that go together and they all rent like one big house.
Yes.
Like on Tina Beach.
It becomes a tradition at that point.
And it's so you watching this woman struggle walking to the water in high heels.
And it ain't just Hilton's Head. If you put a bunch of people in a room from the same economic level, odds are most of them have vacationed in the same places, which insane. It's insane when you think about how many places in America there are.
But
to
you
take
get
a trip.
locked in, you know what you like, and you don't have the surprises too.
Oh, I get doing that with some place you've already been.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird to me.
But how did it start?
Yes, it's weird to me that I would take the advice of somebody else, like, you got to go here. Like, that's a lot of
I would
faith.
think like social media really contributes to that too,
Okay.
of everybody
Well, now,
ending
yeah.
up in the same spot. Like you see somebody's trip and it looks amazing, so then you want to go. They tell you how great it is. You go, you post your pictures. That leads to somebody else getting interested. It's just a quicker version of what you're describing.
Yeah, but that's also dangerous because nobody's going to post crappy pictures from vacation.
Yeah, but I guess they could tell you if it sucked.
Okay, I don't know, but then
Not
you also,
that they would.
You also look like an
Yeah.
idiot because I just spent $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on a crappy vacation for my family.
But you kind of get sucked into it, right? Because like you're starting to fantasize about how like your fantasy of vacation never works out, right? Like perfect example is when you see those ads for cruises on TV, and it's nothing but beautiful people on that cruise with families that are getting along.
Yeah.
And everybody's like the perfect age of like
Nobody's
30.
yelling at their kids.
Yeah, everybody's 35 and attractive. Their kids are just well behaved.
That's not every cruise?
I don't think so. Because like when you get on that boat of SS Tubbies, you're gonna see some hairy chests, and that's just the chicks.
Can I tell you?
What?
I was the first time I ended up on a cruise working.
With your dad, right?
Well, the comedy one was first. Then it was
all
my
right.
No, wait, no, you're right. It was my old man, then the comedy thing. I was surprised how well they were able to build cruise ships for rascal scooters.
Oh yeah.
Because you would think it would be hard to navigate
People trying
a
to get
rascal
around.
scooter.
No,
right?
you can get all over it.
It was. I was like, that was what I was. I was like, wow,
Smart.
they really figured this out.
So-
There must be a reason why they thought they had to do this.
The funniest thing funny you bring that up. So when I was doing stand up on cruises, they had the ramps all over the place, like you say, and they had it in the weirdest spot. There was one deck where you could go topless,
Okay.
and I'm going, I don't want to go up there anymore. Because I don't want to see Sadie in her 70s in her rascal with those 2 pepperoncinis hanging off her chest, drying in the sun. Can you imagine that, man? Like your vision of like topless sun deck on a cruise ship, right? And what shows up?
Okay, well, look, that is good advice if you're listening and going on a cruise.
Yeah.
The sun deck is not what you think it is.
No.
Where you could get naked, it is not what you think.
Does
it
that
is.
exist on a lot of cruise ships?
Everyone.
And I'm
Really?
going back. This was the early 90s. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I mean,
And
every
even-
cruise I'd ever been on had
Even
Oh.
I know Carnival had them, and so did Celebrity.
Unless they changed it. Why don't you Google it real quick just to give people advice to stay away from naked boobies?
And by the way, it wasn't anything. Well, back in the day, there was no, like, anybody could walk up there. It wasn't like a kid could walk up there. Like, it wasn't, it was just like, this is your privacy, but like anybody could, hey, what are you ladies doing up here?
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't remember like a bouncer in the top either.
No, it was up there. It was isolated, but you could get to it. And it had signs to it.
Yeah.
It seems like most of the major cruise lines no longer allow the topless sunbathing spots on the boat.
And with good reason. Creeps ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like even the creeps might have gotten up there and been like, ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't know if you're into something till you see it.
Good point.
Oh boy,
peppercini. Let's take a break. This is definitely an overreaction.
Okay.
And we'll tell you what happened at a drive-thru out in Henrietta that had one person fearing for their life.
So this is like rage?
Yeah, it's rage. It's rage. And here's the thing. We are a show that does the best we can to not victim blame. However, the person who was the victim in this story, although they did not deserve it, definitely played a part in what happened. And with the amount of times you see this happen on a regular basis, especially in parking lots and drive-thrus, maybe this is something you should think about from now on.
Ooh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Everyone overreacts sometimes.
Sure.
Right? But an overreaction, that may be an understatement in this story.
What happened?
Well, the story is a lesson for both sides.
Oh.
Obviously, don't do what the man facing charges allegedly did. But this victim could have some blame too. Because this would not have escalated, may not have escalated, had that person kept their cool. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8:45. Got a new drink for you to try, buddy, and I think you're going to be into it.
Oh. Is it a fun drink?
No, I'm just kidding. It just sounds disgusting. And the fact that women are drinking this, what is wrong with you?
Oh.
What is wrong with you?
All right.
We'll get into it just after next here at the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Henrietta, specifically a drive-through on Jefferson Road.
Oh, on the
Jefferson Road. Police say the victim was waiting in line with his wife when he was cut off by a 2019 Toyota RAV4. The Toyota driver then flipped the victim the bird.
Oh, wait. On top of getting cut off?
Cut him off and Police say the man who was cut off then returned the favor. Also flipped off that guy.
So we got double flips.
Yeah, we got an old-fashioned middle finger off. That's what we got here. Normally, that's enough. It's the end of it, right?
Hot fingers on the Jeff.
Hot fingers on the Jeff sounds like a piano bar. But it escalated past the fingers.
Oh, that's not good.
According
Once you go beyond the finger, man, you're in trouble.
Isn't that the name of your mother's autobiography? Beyond the finger, and then you open it up and it just says fist inside the book. Anywho, according to police, the driver of the RAV4, the one who cut off the initial car, pulled out a handgun and pointed it at the victim and his wife.
While they're on the road?
No, they're in a drive-through.
Yeah, so they're getting their orders.
Yes. All right, so let's pause the story for a second.
Right.
Now, if the allegations are true, the guy with the gun is obviously the bad guy here, right? You don't go from finger to gun unless you are doing actual finger guns.
Yes.
And even that can be too far. But the guy who was cut off does play a part in this too. What was the best case scenario of flipping the guy back off when he flipped you off in the first place?
I guess it's more of just an instant reaction you have.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, you probably didn't put much thought into it. You just go, no, you suck.
Okay.
You know what
Here's
I mean?
my finger.
Yeah.
Look, fair enough.
I have one of those too in my hand.
But maybe it's time to think about that. Because, like, in this situation, this isn't the highway where you're both driving and one of you is going to speed off after you flip the bird, right?
You're in line.
Together. There is no way the interaction is going to end with just you flipping the bird back because this guy is going to be in front of you until he gets his food. What were the odds that he'd just take back that bird after cutting you off and be like, well, we're even here, gentlemen. Good day. There was going to be an escalation after you return that favor. And it does not mean or make what the guy with the gun did right. But time and place for retaliation.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right, that being said,
Yeah.
going back to the story, the man who pointed the gun, according to police, sped off. It doesn't seem based on the story he was ever caught.
Oh.
He's not on, like, multiple cameras?
He could be, but, I mean, every car looks the same.
No, I would think you'd have a license plate.
Maybe. I mean, you know, it is funny. Like, we can have, like, the clearest picture of, like, Venus, but you still see those security cameras that I can't make out a license.
Yeah, they're grainy.
All right. So here's my question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you're the guy who had the gun pointed at him, do you still get your food?
Well, yeah, you may have lost your appetite at that point.
Wife is with you, by the way, in the story. The wife is with him.
But you're two, I'm guessing you're two hangry people in the situation, adding to the road rage of it all.
You're probably right about that.
Yeah.
But you just had a gun pointed at you. You were there to get food, but the gun could change everything.
If I'm alone, I'm getting that food.
Okay.
If I'm with my wife, she's demanding we leave immediately.
Okay. But
especially when I was fat.
Are there people that would turn it around to get free food out of it?
But you would have to tell.
Oh, you mean like somebody like my father?
Yeah, I went through this traumatizing experience at your establishment. I would like something for it.
But it's your own fault.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying the restaurant's obligated at all.
He cut me off. I had to protect my wife.
At your parking lot creates a situation.
Yes. My father would totally try to play that and get something free out of it.
Do you think...
Even if they didn't even want it at that point, yeah.
Okay, well, look, we know this guy called the cops because we have the police report. That's where we got the
Right.
story in front of us, right?
Yeah.
Does it make the crime less severe if the cops show up and you're giving them a statement while you're eating a giant
Okay,
hamburger?
I'm not. If I'm a cop, I'm not buying your story now.
You see what happened?
Yeah.
You took a gun out. I was just giving it a finger.
Yeah, if you're making a point with dunked French fries, yeah.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this story. It happened at a drive-thru in a restaurant on Jefferson Road in Henrietta. Police say that a man was cut off in the drive-thru while he was there with his wife. The man who cut him off then gave him the middle finger. Guy with his wife fingers him back. Let me try that again. Gives him his own middle finger. The guy who cut him off then pulls out a gun, according to police, and points it at he and his wife. He then sped off and took off there. It seems like he's still at large, so don't be giving fingers to folks in drive-thrus. Gunman is still at large. Are parking lots the new road rage hotspots?
I've seen it more in parking lots, I think, than on the actual road. Just based, yeah.
It does feel like the more stuff that gets built up in the burbs, the harder it can be to navigate those suburban store parking lots. Because, like, Tommy, we've seen it's like a new design where you have like 3 or 4 restaurants that are all in a line attached to each other. And they can be a bitch. It's like just like one lane of traffic and the parking spots are on either side, but it's always too tight. And if somebody's like going one way and there's like somebody sideways, you know what I'm talking about, right?
So the
You're
worst
also
one-
adding people walking around into the mix too. On top of that, there's so many things that can go wrong because I watched a guy slap a car in the Wegmans parking lot because he was backing out as the guy was walking behind him.
Oh.
So he just hauled up and he smacked it. I'm like, that had to hurt your hand,
Yeah,
sir.
no kidding, man.
You were saying the worst one?
The worst new parking lot.
What an old man segment we're doing here in the program. What's the worst new parking lot?
You are going to agree with me if you've been there. Is that new Whole Foods?
I haven't. Yeah, no, I went to that. Yeah.
It
It's
is the
tight.
most confusing place to get in and out of because they put that Starbucks right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So you got to navigate around it, and there's like multiple ways in and out, and everything's tight in there. Even that Whole Foods parking lot is small.
Yeah.
It sucks, but you know the deals are good.
No, but look, we all have a parking lot we hate the most.
Yeah.
Like, okay, where I go to get my salad every day in Henrietta, it's behind that barbecue joint on Jefferson Road, right across from the Marshall's Plaza there.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest. It's up on a hill, and there's like an entrance that turns, but it's only one way in. But people still try to use it out, which jams traffic up.
Yeah.
It's too small to get 2 cars through, and then you got cars back in and out. And the amount of people that will try to back into a spot and everybody is now held up from every single angle. Who the hell designed these damn parking lots? Somebody's going to get shot, Tommy.
You're all right.
But the point I'm making
Yeah.
is if you have a road rage incident in that spot, you cannot quickly escape. There is no speeding off, which means you will now be forced to deal with the move that you made to piss this other person
It's
off.
not a rolling rage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what's the strangest thing about these new parking lot rages? It's a weird anxiety because you can't tell who is going to set fuse to this powder keg. It could be some punk-ass 22-year-old who looks like a guy that would do something like that. It could be some 60-year-old woman who gets out of her car to give someone a piece of their mind because they won't get out of the way.
It's people with nothing to lose.
But that seems like a lot of people.
But it's usually those age groups.
You think so?
Punk ass and old ass.
You don't think there's
I'm old and you're not going to tell me I paid for these roads. My father built these roads. And a punk ass kid ain't got nothing to lose because they think they got their whole life ahead of them.
But I think like punk ass kid is more likely to ignore it.
That's what's going to piss the old guy off.
Yeah.
Then now you got a good old car slapping.
You don't think middle ass is getting involved in this stuff?
It doesn't seem to. When I see it on like Instagram, it seems to be those two groups: old guys, young guys.
Okay. So Gen X and elder millennials are just like,
You got too much going on.
We don't care yet.
You're not getting out of your car because you've got 17 pounds of hockey gear on your lap and 2 kids in your car.
That's a good point. Although I might want to get out of my car to road rage just to avoid that hockey bag smell. It's brutal.
Yeah. And by the way, you have multiple weapons in your car.
Oh, yeah, a couple of sticks.
Yeah.
Come get after me.
You could 2-fist that fight.
Could you imagine seeing that in a parking lot?
Hockey stick?
Hockey stick fight?
A hockey stick used as a weapon.
It has to happen in Western Canada.
Well, no, in Henrietta, that's not out of the question. Like that parking
I'm
lot.
not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I don't even know what I would do if I came across that situation.
No, that parking lot I'm describing is where all the people, because you got the rink around the corner in Brighton, everyone who's there for a tournament goes and gets lunch at either Core Life, Nantastic, or Smash
Hockey
Burger.
stick sword fight. Wait, I'm going to grab my hockey stick.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, Duffy, great idea, but if he gives me the finger first, what am I supposed to do? Just take it like a bitch? You have to do something back. Why?
That's that guy. That's my brother's. If somebody gives my brothers the finger, he's, I'm not taking that.
But you...
I know.
What does it do?
Nothing.
What does it do back? Because you think that guy's going to be like, I'm going to give him the finger. I didn't see that coming. Ruined my day. Ruined my day.
I'll give you my finger.
Double fingers now.
Oh, double birds. Now you're Brian Cox.
And he had a wife. The victim had a wife in the car, so he could have gone quintuple bird to the guy's single two birds.
Yeah, backup bird.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the lady bird.
Let's take a break.
All right.
Labor Day this weekend. Hopefully you have the 3-day weekend. Ideally, you are going to some kind of barbecue.
Oh.
At some point, it's really the last chance.
Yeah, this is it.
Is what they used to say until it stayed 90 into October. There is a new Labor Day treat that is taking the internet by storm.
Oh.
It's a drink.
And you're saying it's a lady drink, you think?
It seems like a lady drink. It seems like women are the ones that have gotten
A
into
gal
this.
gupper?
Bro. Like, this sounds like something a 12-year-old would pour themselves because they want alcohol, but they don't like the taste of alcohol.
Oh, this is going to be nasty.
It is.
How much sugar?
Actually, I don't know. I'll let you decide. Because, here's the thing. One of these things is...
Is it the healthiness of it that's gross, or is it the
it's the
taste?
It's the
okay.
taste.
It's gotta be
this
rancid.
can't be good.
Okay.
This can't be good. But apparently it's good enough where all the Kimmies of the world are out there. We'll tell you what it is, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Yuck. Ugh.
That bad, huh?
Oh, no, I just looked up and saw your face. But this is also
Jesus, I'm trying to be
disgusting.
nice.
This is also gross because there's a chance, at least according to social media,
Yeah.
that if you go to a barbecue this weekend, cook out with some younger folks, this might show up.
So this is the new summer drink?
I guess, but summer's over. This drink should also be over.
So do you concoct it yourself?
It's two things that you mix.
Oh, God.
And the last two things you think would ever go together.
Oh, God.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy, are you familiar with Gator wine?
Oh, my God. Don't tell me.
I
heard
have
of Gator
not.
wine?
I have not heard of this.
This is the worst.
But I'm guessing.
You can figure it
Okay,
out.
no, go ahead. I don't want to.
You guess. Go ahead.
It's wine and Gatorade.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they're taking, I'm hoping, white wine.
Nope.
Because that's a summer wine.
Nope.
Wait, red wine? What
So-
would that
Or rosé.
So Gator wine, it's a very specific recipe. It's not just any Gatorade.
You got to have the right combination.
It is equal parts light blue Glacier Freeze
No.
Gatorade and any cheap red wine that costs less than $12 a bottle.
So is it like maybe that super sweet wine that's not even really wine?
So
Red
this
wine,
is
no. So here it says in a video that was there, they used, what is it called? What's that? Barefoot?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it's
cheap,
just
yeah.
cheap wine.
Yeah, a Barefoot Pinot Noir is what they use.
so this is the version of a jackrabbit.
Yes. Yeah.
Like a lot of old, I knew a lot of old Italian guys did that. They would put Coca-Cola in their wine.
Oh.
Ugh. Ugh. What is wrong with
I
all
don't
of you?
know, man.
What is wrong
Just
with
drink
all
the
of you?
wine. Why do you have to cut? I mean, wine's not overpowering
Yeah, 'cause
like
if
a
you don't-
whiskey.
I would imagine you're mixing it with wine because you don't like wine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Unless-
like, so then why
Then
drink wine?
drink something else.
Unless it actually tastes
It can't.
good. I mean, look, man, it's popular enough where we're talking about it.
Like,
So what's the blue Gatorade? Like blue raspberry flavor or
Oh,
No,
something?
it's Glacier
God.
Freeze. It tastes like Glacier.
ugh.
I
just
can't
trying to think of,
describe
like,
what the...
I'm just trying to think of like the fruit. I guess you're
It's gotta be
pairing
a
with the
berry.
wine.
It was okay. Even you're now starting to sound like a douche. What fruit are you pairing?
Well,
in the
but that would make a
Gatorade you're
difference.
dumping
Well,
in the
I don't want
wine?
it too Gatorade forward.
Like you can't go lime Gatorade.
Ugh. Like Gatorade is just nauseating to begin
Okay,
with
but
as a
you're not-
beverage.
you're
I get
not
it.
an
Like
athlete,
you
you
just.
bitch.
Oh, excuse me.
What?
I
didn't
used
know
to
you
love
went to
Gatorade
the
as a
pro
kid.
am this weekend, but
I did. I was at the U.S. Open.
you're gonna sit and just drink a Gatorade for no reason. Like if you haven't worked out, I could go for a nice Gatorade.
When I was a
People
kid, I
do.
would drink Gatorade all the time.
I think
Turns out, by the
again-
way, that's really bad for you. I guess
It was like my parents were like, it's probably healthy. It's got electrolytes.
Ugh.
it like eats out your insides if
I'm
you're not
sure it
working
does.
out, right?
It was invented in Florida at a college.
By the way, I was embarrassingly old when I learned that Gatorade is named after the Florida Gators.
Yeah.
I had no
It
idea.
was invented there.
Yeah, yeah. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about Gator wine. It is a drink that is apparently blown up in the Kimmy young white girl sector of the universe.
It sounds
is-
like a drink that a stripper would drink between sex. I'm so tired. I need my electric lights and my wine, girl.
All right. It is equal parts Glacier Freeze Gatorade and cheap red wine.
Oh, God.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
if you were at a party and all your girlfriends were having Gator wine, would you try it?
I would try it.
Why?
I definitely would try it, but I'm not drinking a full glass of that.
If you,
I'm just curious to see what the hype is about.
if you liked it, would you be ashamed of yourself?
No, I just don't think it would be my kind of drink. It's just too. I feel like it's like you're drinking juice.
It sounds like something
You
you
would
would
have drinking a juice.
But it sounds like something you would drink when your parents were home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, like you're 12. I'm going to get drunk tonight. Oh, yeah, give me a Gatorade.
Yeah, put it in there. It also sounds like a drink. Once you drink it, you'll be tasting it all night.
Yeah, because that Gatorade, you're right, it sticks in your
lingers.
mouth.
What's wrong
Are
with
people
people?
doing it because they think it won't give you a headache because you're hydrating
Oh.
at the
And
same
while
time?
dehydrating,
Yeah.
I mean, it's an
I
interesting
don't know
theory.
if it works like that.
But you could also just dump water
Yeah.
in your wine.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if you're doing that in Jerusalem, just more wine.
Yeah, so true.
Just saying. Kimmy, can you Google if it's healthy to mix wine and
I'm
Gatorade?
gonna guess no.
Well, it kind of feels like those are two things, like when they're in your,
Chemically, they don't mix.
well, I don't know, like in your body at the same time. Like Kimmy brings it up, right? Like that hydrates you, wine dehydrates you. So what happens when those two things are
Oh.
fighting each other? It's like turning on a humidifier and a dehumidifier at the same time. Do you know that rips a hole in the space-time continuum?
No, it doesn't.
Of course it doesn't, you idiot. Wait a minute. Oh, you're done? All right, Tommy, let's say this weekend you have friends in this hypothetical story,
All right.
and you get invited to a barbecue.
I'm going to a party this weekend.
Okay, all right. How about because
and there's going to be kids there.
your stepson, daughter-in-law,
Yeah,
they're
we're
going to
all
be there.
we're all going to this place on the lake.
All right, your daughter-in-law walks out. She's got a gator wine in her hand. All right. You saying anything to your wife about it? Because I know you ain't happy.
Not until we get in the car.
Ooh. How about you? Oh, this is so good. Tommy, have you tried? Papa Tommy, have you tried this gator
Papa
wine?
Tommy.
Papa Tommy, would you have to try it if
I
she
would have to take a sip just to be cordial. I'm at her
bitch.
parents' house. I would have to sip it and be cool. I wouldn't like it.
Wait, so you'll sip something that anybody makes you?
If in certain situations, I mean, it would have to be a specific place and time. I think I would be open to it.
Get the hell out of here.
What do you mean?
I got this new business I'm trying.
What are you doing?
Well, we're in the Finger Lakes region, and everyone's making money on alcohol.
Yeah.
I got a wine tasting kiosk.
Well, you jumped into the game.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
Oh, where is this kiosk
Oh,
located?
it's a prime location down in the men's room.
Oh, yeah. What's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's. I'll mix your wine with a special stirrer. Guess what's inside? Close your eyes. It's gonna be sticky. It's my batch sauce.
I don't think you had to mention the actual
No, man.
badge.
Well, it's very batch forward.
So it comes with a floater.
It's like the worm in the tequila. You gotta drink it. Kimmy, are you making a face at us, what we're saying? Or
I'm
at the
not even
Gatorade?
paying attention to what
Okay,
you're saying.
great.
I'm reading because it says the Gatorade reduces the acidity of the wine to make it taste like or have the consistency of a milkshake.
No!
Milkshake wine.
What?
I don't.
Get that girl!
It says much in the way of adding a pinch of salt to coffee can reduce bitterness.
Wait.
Salty coffee.
This is all over
Salty
the place.
coffee, one of my favorite 1950s Borscht comedians. Used to open up for Super Pockets.
But no, it doesn't seem like it has any health benefits other than just the fact you're drinking less alcohol because the Gatorade is making up for it.
Wait,
So you're just cutting your wine.
Let's back it up. It gives the consistency of a milkshake?
It says the Gatorade reduces the acidity to somewhere in the vicinity of a milkshake.
Oh, it doesn't mean it has the same consistency.
I don't know.
Okay.
It does look, there's a picture of it though, and it does look
like a milkshake?
like a little thicker.
Look at this.
Thick Gatorade.
I don't know.
That was also my nickname in high school. Like, here's the thing. We're talking about it so much and it sounds so gross. Now I kind of want to try it.
Well, all those summer drinks always seem to be like they were just sugary and not. And what's the point?
Don't get in.
I mean, some of those like energy booze drinks, you know what I'm talking about? Like they're always in like the bright colored cans.
Yeah.
How different could it be?
Yeah, I guess
taste
you're right.
wise.
Yeah, but I wouldn't drink one of those either.
But
Those are
wine's not a mixer. Like you don't mix wine with anything. You can do any kind of like hard spirit, but to take wine and add it to something else shouldn't be.
But I mean, it's two things. You're right. It's two things you would never do. You wouldn't add wine to something else, and you should never add Gatorade to anything with alcohol. Like you're breaking two.
I do know people that will add Gatorade or vodka to their Gatorade.
Vodka and Gatorade?
I don't know.
That's just an alcohol covering it up at their kid's game.
I think it's in their head like, oh, I'm being healthier, or I'm cutting out the hangover. Or
Fun
something.
fact: that's the official drink of the Russian hockey team.
I remember the first time I grabbed a drink. I thought it was mine, and it was a Red Bull and vodka. And I wanted to die because I thought I'm getting a nice scotch on the rocks, right?
Yeah.
And it was our old buddy's drink, and I was like, I looked at it like, how is this even enjoyable? And I'm drinking turpentine, man, and this is disgusting.
All right, so if anyone tries it over the weekend, the Gator wine, we need a review.
Okay, here's my line where it's over.
Okay.
If you mix this one soda with anything, I'm done. Dr. Pepper.
I knew you were going to say Dr. Pepper. That is a mixer. People use it as a mixer all the
I
time.
am done.
It's like Mountain Dew was initially made to be a mixer with moonshine.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Dr. Pepper, like there are lots of Southern drinks that traditionally have Dr. Pepper in it.
Southern drinks suck.
Mint julep.
Yeah. You know what that is?
I don't like
it's
it.
It's just bourbon and ice.
Yeah, no, I don't like it either. Well, there's mint in there. You push the mint against. What you got to do, you got to get your thumb in there, push
You
it.
gotta stir it. Gotta stir it.
There's lots of like Southern drinks that people.
Like the other
love.
one is like Southern Comfort, and they make old fashions or whiskey sours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, I'm surprised
Southern
you don't
Comfort
like
is
any of
gross.
that. Oh, not Southern Comfort, but like any kind
Bourbon.
of like Southern style.
Well, bourbon I like.
What about a
but
snake
you just
bite?
like it straight. You don't mix it with anything.
Yeah. What?
Snake bite.
What is in that?
Southern Comfort and lime juice.
Nah.
Getcha.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
You got a little bite to it.
All right. Maybe you can take a vacation down south. We're a little heavy on the vacation content today based on, Labor Day weekend.
Well, yeah, it's coming up.
Right? Okay. Look, it's not breaking news to say that people feel like they have less money to spend on the things they want to do.
Everybody's coming up short.
I mean, you get on social media, you've got people bitching and moaning, complaining, I ain't got this, I ain't got
got
that. But it turns out there are some things we will not sacrifice.
Oh.
I mean, look, you can't sacrifice your groceries, right? People have to eat.
You got to eat, man.
Right? Stuff with your kid, you don't want to take away their experiences. So
Baby's
folks
crying.
bend over backwards to make sure that they can play sports and things like that. This is, however, is definitely a luxury. It is definitely a luxury that we will not ever compromise on. We have a study that might be a little surprising, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Despite your finances being a little tight, like I said, there are some things you just can't compromise on. You got to buy food. You got to buy gas, right?
Necessities.
Necessities. Bare
Sure.
necessities. But it turns out, Tommy, there is something that is, by definition, the ultimate luxury that we will not go a year.
And it's a luxury.
Yeah, without spending money on this thing we absolutely do not need. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. You know, we should have a creep cap here. We are dealing with some technical issues.
Yeah.
It's the second week in a row. I am deeply sorry.
All right.
We're going to try and make sure this never happens again, but I can't promise that. Life is cruel and random.
Yeah.
And ideally, next week, we will have all the creep from the last 2 weeks to give.
Yeah, we'll be loaded up with creep.
I want you to know
Oozing creep.
I want you to know I'm just as disappointed as all of you are. And Kimmy will be punished.
What did I do?
Shut up. So yeah, we'll try and get to the creep cap next week. Also, just after 9:30, we know the housing market is insane right now.
Yeah.
Right, and that doesn't just go for buying a house. It also goes for finding an apartment. So explain to me why this luxury apartment complex that's just opening in Henrietta is offering this deal.
Oh.
Could this be maybe a signal to the end of the struggle?
So it's a luxury.
It's what I mean, everything is luxury. Kimmy, how many luxury apartment buildings have you toured that you would describe as luxury?
That I wouldn't describe as luxury?
I mean, they call every apartment complex a luxury.
True.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. It is Labor Day weekend. For a lot of people, it's the last chance to get a vacation in before the kids go to school. However, finances are affecting that.
Yeah.
This year, Tommy, just under one half of Americans said they could not afford a vacation. And that makes sense. Travel got expensive again.
Yeah.
Right? Other bills, of course, you would have take precedent over a trip away. But it turns out we're not letting a little thing like not being able to afford a vacation keeping us from having a vacation.
So it's just going to be the most traveled Labor Day since COVID.
It is, actually.
Oh, really?
Actually, yes. But it turns out it's not just Labor Day weekend. 50% of Americans that said they couldn't afford a vacation, one half of the Americans that said they couldn't afford a vacation still went on vacation.
So everybody's riding plastic.
Yes, 1 in 3 Americans said they are willing to go into debt to take a vacation.
I deserve a vacation.
By the way, that number is way up from a few years ago. Is what we're learning here that 1 in 3 Americans, 30% of this country, is willing to go into debt to go on a vacation. Is that crazy to you?
No.
Why?
Because I mean, it's easy credit, and I've done it.
Oh, no. I'm not saying is it simple to do. I'm not saying does it seem like something you would want to do. I'm saying
like knowingly do.
You're knowingly
Not
going
like,
into debt.
It got out of control.
Yeah, right. Like because we've all been on those vacations where we budget money.
Yeah,
that we
you think
we
like
have.
it's going to be cheap, and then you get there and you're like, oh crap.
Oh, what have I done? And you're riding plastic. I'm talking about going into the vacation. You're already got the credit card out for the flight or for the gas.
Figure it out later kind of mentality.
That's not crazy to you?
But think about it, man. You know, life's short. You're stressed. Everybody feels they deserve a vacation.
Okay.
The laziest piece of crap, the most miserable bastard, believes they deserve a vacation.
Yeah, you are going to Charleston coming up.
Yeah, and I'm a miserable, broke piece of crap.
Yes, you are.
But I'm going, and I ain't got no money.
Kimmy, is this surprising to you?
It is because when you say that, it doesn't really surprise me that a single adult or, married without kids adult would have that mentality. I would be surprised that a family would go into it because not only are you going to put yourself in more debt, but you also probably have other stuff coming up with your kids that you got to worry about that's also going to put you in debt. So it's a surprising number for sure.
Yo, daddy did it.
My dad, it's all he does.
But yeah, think about it. He was broke.
Yeah.
Spent all his money.
Yeah.
And you all still took vacations.
No, you're right. Well, no, hold on.
Well, think
Not
about
y'all. He took a lot of vacations.
Yeah, but you took some of those busted ass vacations where he probably didn't have it, but he still wanted to be on vacation.
So I don't think we took a family vacation after I was like 12. I'm not making that up.
But you went to Florida. You went to.
I was in middle school.
You went down to the Carolinas.
Went down to Myrtle Beach. That was before that.
Yeah.
But like,
and he was taking a family of 4.
Oh yeah, okay.
And y'all ate for a family of 6.
I don't want to make my dad sound like Kimmy's doing the math, by the way. Yes, I am appreciative of the places we got to go as a kid because at the time I thought it was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
It's only with adult eyes do you look back and realize that, having to sneak into the hotel in Myrtle Beach because it's only a 4-person hotel room and there's 6 people there, and going to the Food Lion to buy ham and bread so you can have ham and cheese sandwiches all week long inside the hotel room in Myrtle Beach, or driving down to Disney World and him taking out to the Planet Sports Cafe, whatever, and you had to get water.
We all shared one drink.
Yeah, that was, I mean, like.
But y'all got by, man. But I guess
he was having surf and turf
right, yeah.
while we were doing that right in front of us.
But he made it work.
He for himself.
Yeah, but you probably didn't need to take that vacation.
No,
technically,
no.
he probably should have taken.
But he wanted to go on that vacation too. That's part of it.
And I think people just think they deserve a break.
Okay, so let's talk about that. 252 WCMF. When asked why people were willing to go into debt to take a trip, the 3 most common responses were: 1, fear of missing out, FOMO; 2, feeling burnt out at home, like needing a change of pace; and 3, U.S. politics.
I don't get that one.
An escape from politics and the idea that if things are going to get worse, you need to do this now.
Okay, that one's complete jive.
You just made that up?
That's just a jive-ass excuse to go on vacation.
No, I mean, look.
Can't deal with what's going on in Washington. I need to go to the beach.
Not so much that.
You might go to the beach and Biden might be sitting next to you.
Like, no, the idea that, like, things are bad now, it could get worse,
all right.
so I better do it now. And
But that's like every election cycle you could think that, right?
Yeah, but it makes sense why people think that now because we're being blasted with that, right?
All right, so fear. So fear is the motivator. Fear of the future.
Yeah, I guess that's the perfect way to put
the
it.
world could end tomorrow.
Okay, so with the idea that 1/2 Americans said they could not afford a vacation this year, yet despite that, 1/2 of those people said they went anyway. 1 in 3 Americans say they're willing to go into debt to go on vacation. So you believe this justification is a smart idea on people's parts?
I don't know if it's smart, but I guess it's good for your morale.
Well, okay, you're a guy that loves to travel. You're a man that believes you need to see different things outside of where you are to get full perspective.
Yeah.
Should you go on vacation? Put it all on plastic? I mean, you have a dream place you want to go. You could ride plastic on that.
Yeah, but I have a frugal wife. So no.
Okay, if you were a single man, would you take that trip?
Oh, yeah. Bro, I was using my home equity line of credit to do things.
Wait, to go on trips?
Bro, I was using it at the bar. I was drinking my house away. No, I took a couple of trips that I wrote on a home equity line of credit.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I got through it.
Okay, look, I know there are a lot of young people that have never owned
Did
a
you
home.
did you do that because you got advice from somebody that told you to do that?
No, they just gave me this checkbook that worked.
I could see like a buddy of yours. You know what you could do if you really wanted to.
I really never needed any help going broke.
Oh, okay.
Just so we make sure we include everybody here, because there's a lot of people under 35 that have never owned a home, will never own a home. Could you please quickly explain what a home equity line of credit is?
Basically, it's a second mortgage on your house. You're taking out a second mortgage on a mortgage you already have.
So they give you money.
Right. If you build up a little equity, let's say you build up $20,000 with the equity in the house. The bank will give you a home equity line of credit of around $15,000 of that $20,000. So basically, it's a checkbook that you're just going to pay the bank back, but it's all going towards your house.
And normally people use that to like improve their home, fix things that need to be done, and it just like extends or increases how much you pay for your house.
And when you sell the house, you're going to have to pay off that loan.
Bingo.
With whatever money you've made on the house.
And you use that to go to the bar or go on vacation, you idiot.
It was... The way I justify it, I was borrowing from myself.
But you didn't have nothing.
Self was broke.
But you're borrowing from yourself.
I went to the self
from
bank.
a broke self.
Oh my God.
But it was so easy to do.
Okay, I do have a question though. You're right. It was easy. I could see the temptation. When it was all over, did you regret it?
Oh yeah, when I sold the house and I had nothing.
No, I'm saying like after you took that vacation
no.
and realized like that's where the money went,
No,
and now you don't have anything to show for it.
Bro, I was going out on dates. What you want, baby? You want to fillet? Tell me, boy, got it. Yeah, thank you, Chase Manhattan Bank.
Why does he keep writing checks for all the stuff we're doing?
So I was, yes, and it didn't bother me at the time.
Yeah.
Because I kept here was my thought. Well, the house is going to go way up in value, and I'll pay it up and be no big deal.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, but I didn't sell at the right time, man.
So today, was the fun worth the pain at the end?
Always, the fun is worth it.
Okay, so you would do it again?
Yeah, I do it again.
No, I'm asking seriously.
I absolutely look, man. I was single. I didn't have any responsibilities but to myself.
Okay.
and I was borrowing from myself.
You
So
weren't borrowing from yourself.
I'm just kicking self in the ass, so who cares? And I was thinking, like, I'm not leaving anything behind. Life is short. I mean, what are you going to do? This save all your money, put it in a compound interest. No, I'm not doing that. I never did that. That's why I'm 65 and still here.
Okay, no. Don't take this man's advice. I know he's making it sound romantic, and I know he says he
You'll
doesn't
get
regret
through it. You'll
Don't
live.
do because sometimes you don't.
You'll live is not good advice.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You live in America, the most powerful, freest country on the planet.
Amen.
It'll work itself out.
Yeah, maybe.
Take the trip because the future is going to be bright or it's going to suck. But at least you took that trip.
You, too, can meet a woman from Pittsburgh who allows you to move into her home for inexplicable reasons.
And it worked out.
Oh, my God. Don't listen to this
It
man.
worked out.
Don't listen to this man.
Don't listen to your teachers. Don't listen to your parents. Go on the road. Go broke. Eat free sandwiches at the hotel. And you can live. That's the greatest thing about this country, man. It's wide open, baby.
You sound like stupid Kerouac.
It's free to go broke. But I wouldn't trade. I tell you what. I wouldn't trade any of those trips I took.
Okay.
And I couldn't afford. And they were busted trips. They weren't fancy trips. But it was just doing something.
No, I get it. And look, I understand the romanticism of it. I guess now that I have a family, I look at that advice.
You can't.
No, but I'm saying, like, just even having a family. Like, if my daughter told me she was going to do that, like, 10 years from now, what are you, nuts?
Yeah, of course, of course.
No, but she would go, well, Tommy, Papa Tommy said.
Papa Tommy.
Oh, you are Papa Tommy. You got the grandkid.
Yeah. I wouldn't tell that to the kids.
Okay, so then it's bad advice.
It's good advice. But listen, man, there's some advice you want to give a kid that you can't give a kid because it sounds bad. But
it sounds like you don't want to give the kid that advice.
I don't
You're
want the blowback.
just telling other people over there to do it.
Bro, if you say I don't want the blowback, that means it's bad advice.
There's good blowback and there's bad blowback. And sometimes,
I know all about good blowback.
But let me tell you something. Sometimes blowback is worth it. What
if it doesn't pay off, though?
The pain
and now
is
Uncle
worth the
Tommy
pleasure.
put me in jail.
Listen, sometimes you got to walk through a nightmare to get to your dream.
Oh, my God. What are you trying to design as many T-shirts as possible
Yes.
this morning? You just did 4 T-shirts in 30 seconds. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, talking about a new study. Excuse me. 1/2 of Americans said they could not afford to go on a vacation this year. Despite that, 1/2 of those people went anyway, and 1 in 3 Americans say they are willing to go into debt to go on vacation.
Baby!
This was a self-reported study. So reality is it's higher than 1 in 3 because there are people who will do it that just don't want to sound stupid saying it out loud. You know what doesn't get talked about here as we have this discussion? Because, you had a unique situation where you were single, grown man, you could do whatever you wanted.
Yeah,
and
I was in my 40s and 50s.
You had unlimited $15,000 funds.
Yes.
The pressure of taking your kids on vacation when it comes to willing to go in a debt.
Because you want to make some memories for your children.
Well, like there are some vacations that you feel like you have to do. I know that not everybody goes to Disney, but as a parent, if you're being honest, there is pressure from the outside that you have to at some point get your kids to Disney.
Well, your kids are seeing their friends go on those cool vacations, and even if they don't say anything, I'm sure like you also want your kid to have that experience to some extent.
And that Disney trip is a short window.
Oh boy, is it? Well,
Probably a teenager could care less about Disney, but a little one definitely wants to do it.
Yeah, and then you have to find that perfect balance. Like, are they young enough to remember? Are they old enough where, like, you're right, I don't
They're
care.
too cool.
So you got about a 4-year window if you're going to pull that trigger.
I would say it's like 6, but yes.
All right.
And then even if you're not going to do the Disney trip, there are things you want your kids to see, like the ocean or the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, some sights.
Exactly, right? I wonder of that 1 in 3 people that say they are willing to go into debt to go on a trip, how many of that is just straight up guilt from moms and dads that want to make sure that their kids have what maybe they didn't have or what they did have, like they didn't want to take a step back from what their parents provided for them?
Yeah, I think, don't you want to see like the look in your kids' eyes when you show them these experiences? Because you're going to get so much joy out of that, right?
The proudest moment of my life thus far, and I'm not making this up, we took my girls to Disney when they were like 5 and 3, or maybe like 4 and 6.
I thought it was when you did those 7 shots at the comedy club.
That was a good day.
My God, you were 13.
My wife grew up in a trailer, didn't have nothing. You've heard me talk about my childhood, right?
Yes.
And like I didn't have much of a future, so I thought, and everything kind of worked out.
Right.
And we walked into the Magic Kingdom. Both my girls are in their princess dresses, and we're walking up to Cinderella's castle, right? And my kids, you're right, you see the look on their faces, and they're just in awe, and they're at the perfect age for it too, man, where just everything is brilliant and beautiful, and I almost cried.
Sure.
Like, I was tearing up, and I look at my wife, and she's getting emotional too, and like both, without even having the discussion, it was like, we did this.
Yeah, you made it happen.
Yes, I've never been more proud of my life. Like, we were able to provide this for our kids, and I didn't think it would ever happen. And then everything cost $1 billion.
But, I mean, at least you were financially in a situation where you could provide that for your children.
Yes.
Because I'm sure, like, when your parents got home from their vacations, they didn't answer the phone for a week. Let it go to voicemail.
What are you, kid? My dad couldn't afford voicemail. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. How you guys doing?
Can't wait to hear this.
So, first off, I haven't been on a vacation in at least 15 years, I think. So me and a couple of my buddies were going out to Montana for the week because...
All right, pause. Time out. You haven't been on a vacation in 15 years, and the first vacation in 15 years you chose was Montana?
Dude, have you seen Montana? It's like the best state in the entire union. Plus, I have family that lives there that I haven't seen in 25 years.
So where are you going, to a dudeless ranch?
No, we're going to Flathead Lake.
He answers the question. By the way, have you been to Montana?
No.
I've also it's one of the
I've
few
seen
states
pictures. Yeah.
It is gorgeous.
So, but the fact that you have family in Montana also has started to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's where my mom's from.
Oh my God, Ben! You're being
I think
awfully
you've told us
salty.
this before.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you're going to go to a ranch with your buddies in Montana.
Oh my God, we're not going to a ranch.
You just bought into what I do.
You're right. I did the where they went. Okay, I'm sorry.
He's going to a lake.
I'm sorry. Are you driving or flying?
We are driving.
You're driving to
How
Montana?
far? How far? Like, how many hours in the car is that?
1,000. Y'all ain't got a car that's going to make it.
20,
hey, enjoy Iowa.
300 miles.
You're not making it to Iowa, bro.
Wait, did you say it's more? You didn't say 300.
No, it's 2,300 miles. Depending on if you take 94 or 90,
we
it's
don't
either
need
a
directions.
day
I
and
just
10
know. I
hours
was worried that you thought it was 300, and actually Montana's much farther than you thought. How many dudes are going on this car ride to Montana?
Just 3 of us.
So 3 dudes in a car, road trip to Montana.
No, 2 cars. 2 cars.
Okay.
One car's for parts.
It's like the Tour de France.
Somebody's running up with a piston.
So, Ben, you're stopping along the way, obviously.
Yeah, we're doing a few things on the way out there.
What else? Well, no. What else are you doing? I want to hear what the trip's going to be like. What are you stopping for on the way to Montana?
I know what they're not stopping for. Girls.
Oh my God.
This is going to be the most dry hump event in the history of dry humps.
I'm curious about Ben's trip. Can you shut up?
I'm telling you, no girls. Somebody's banging a pillow. Like the amount of catch regs are going to go through.
Tommy, don't confuse my road trip with your fantasies, bro.
Oh, Ben. All right, so, Ben, what are we stopping along the way for?
More of that for 2,300 miles.
Dude, can you shut up for 5 seconds?
No, I'm on a roll, man.
What the hell?
I'm hot, baby. I'm hot. It's Friday. I'm throwing them out there, baby.
Players Club.
I'm writing checks off of my mortgage.
All right, so, Ben, what are you stopping for along the way?
Is Tommy going to shut up for 5 seconds?
Absolutely.
Promise?
Yes.
No, since we're all car people, we'll either stop at Summit Racing or Jegs Auto Parts.
Okay.
And then there's a few different museums on the way out there, and I think on I-8, this one, I don't know. It'll be interesting. It's the world's biggest truck stop. We're stopping there.
Oh,
and then
yeah, okay.
And I think on the way back, we're stopping at the Air Force Museum.
Okay, because you were in the Air Force.
In Ohio.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
that was easy. I don't know why you didn't get so upset earlier. I was just wondering where you were going, Ben.
Yeah, the interrupting jackass over there.
I would pay to see that in a
Known
circus.
Interrupter.
Known interrupter. By the way, he is stopping at one of the circuses to pay to see the interrupting jackass. Ben, when are you going, by the way?
We leave tomorrow morning.
All right. And how long are you going for?
Ever.
Until the 8th is when we should be back.
All right, so no Ben next week.
I may or may not call for where they want. I don't know.
Have you told our
where
boss
they
you'll be sick?
From Montana.
Montana, where they want.
Yeah, so I already asked for the week off.
Okay. Ben, thanks for the
See,
call,
I have
buddy.
a tip for him, and I'm going to give it to him.
no,
He pissed me off.
He wants his team.
No. I have a tip, and I think you've been to this place too. It's one of the most unique roadside attractions.
On the way to Montana?
Oh yeah, he has to hit it.
Okay.
It's Wall Drugs.
What is
Oh,
it?
yeah. I think that's what he was describing.
I thought you were going to say Pat's mom.
That would have worked too.
What the
See?
hell? No, you're a same team.
Kid, you brought it around. I'm proud of you.
Ben, go away. I'll talk to you next week. There goes Ben.
No, he's going to that world's largest truck stop in Iowa.
Oh, I thought. No,
I thought it was
you're
in
right.
Iowa.
Yeah, no. I'm getting my sites confused. Wall Drug is fun.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's amazing.
It's an alligator in a tank in the Dakotas, and a big dinosaur. It's pretty good, and the food's delicious.
No, I'm not saying it's not cool. I wouldn't describe it as amazing.
And I had one of them paper hats.
But south of the border is fun. It's not amazing.
Yeah, but it's
It's a sight.
It's the same thing.
I mean, listen, when you're rolling with your three horny buddies, go to Wall Drugs.
All right, let's take a break. And maybe you should save your money for more important things, like a roof over your head.
Yeah, you need that, buddy.
But as we know, if you live in the greater Rochester area looking for a place to live, it's not just homes that are unattainable. Rent at apartments is out of control.
Yeah, you were saying.
Which is why this story is so unique, because this is a brand new luxury place. And I've laid eyes on this place personally. It looks really nice.
Okay.
So, Kimmy, why do they have to offer this deal?
Yeah, I know. Why are they offering incentives?
Could this be a little light in the darkness of finding a place to live?
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. it's been, 5 years of really hard time finding a place to live?
Yeah. Times are tough, bro.
On this show, most of the time we talk about home prices because those have been insane in Rochester. But it's not just homes. It's rent as well.
Too damn high.
Yeah, anyone that's looking for an apartment, not only is the rent high, it's hard to find a place to live because people are just applying all over the place. And that's what makes this story strange.
What's that?
Either there's some kind of weird catch here that we're not figuring out, or this could be a ray of light through the dark clouds of not having a place
It's
to
the
live.
beginning of like a daytime soap opera.
Kind of, yeah.
All right.
Like stars through a dark cloud. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Again, there should be a creep cap here. We are deeply disappointed. We're still dealing with some technical stuff, but we're working on it.
All right.
We have the best team of people we know.
Where are they?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Working on the creep cap. So hopefully we'll have that back for you next week here in the break room on CMF. There is a new luxury apartment complex that is opening in Henrietta.
Luxury.
It is called, let me pull it up here, the Genesee Point Apartments.
Ooh, that sounds fancy.
Oh, here's how you know it's fancy. It's spelled Genesee Point, Pointe.
Okay.
There's a useless E.
All right.
They have so much money.
Made it French.
Yeah, they have so much money they could afford the E
Point.
at the end of point.
So that sounds like it's on the river.
No, it's actually not. It's around the corner from my house. It's literally my backyard.
Oh.
So there was a story in it in the DNC. They've been building this thing for like the last year, and it looks like the people have finally started moving in as they're finishing it up. So the apartments look nice.
Okay.
Right? It looks like almost like a townhome situation. They have a deal for people that are looking for a place to live.
Ooh, everybody loves a deal.
This place is offering 2 free months rent with a 13-month lease. They're also offering a $99 security deposit on certain types of apartments. And, of course, there are different conditions, right, that you can check out in the article if you're looking for a place to live. I thought it was impossible to find a place to live right now.
Like they should have a line of people wanting to get into the joint.
So a lot of apartments do have waiting lists, from what I thought.
So why are they offering this deal?
Is it because just to get people to know that? Because the way you described it, it sounded nice, but I didn't know it was out there.
Oh, it's tucked
you know
away.
what I
But if
mean?
you're hunting, but if you're hunting, you're going to find this place. If you're looking for apartments,
I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
but
the
maybe
only
you're
way-
not looking in that area, so it may be something that's not on your radar right now.
The only way you would know this place exists right now is if you slept in my bedroom.
Oh.
And
So maybe it's that. Maybe it's maybe they're trying to fill it, and then maybe once they see, how quickly they can fill it, then they won't have to do that anymore.
Okay, I mean, that's a possibility. So there's 2 things here. One, this is what every apartment complex does when they open up, and they don't need to do it, but they're doing it because it's creating a buzz. The second, and fingers crossed possibility, is that maybe it's getting easier to find a place to live, and this place has to do this to attract renters.
so that would mean it's the birth of the dip.
Maybe.
The big dip's coming.
Well, at least as far as rent prices
Well,
go.
as the rents come down, the housing goes down. Housing, they follow each other.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, they go hand in hand.
Did somebody say that, or are you just making that up?
I made it up, or I may have heard it. I'm not sure because I drank last night.
Do you get a lot of college kids in your area?
This looks nicer than college.
Yeah, this is like this is going to be too luxurious for some punk ass kid.
Okay, yeah.
No, I mean, because like RIT, if there's one thing Henrietta has a lot of, it's places for students to live,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
In fact,
junk apartment.
yeah, well, RIT not only has like stuff on their campus that aren't dorms, they also have
Yeah.
separate apartments. There's a whole other
But those
apartment
are like
complex.
super expensive.
They're
Some
really
of them.
nice. Like I'll be honest
Yeah.
with you, I'm 38 years old and like I'm married and everything. But if all of a sudden I was single tomorrow, I know I would be a creep, but I want to live in like
Hello, young people.
they have like it's like this cool like architecture building where it's like it looks like it's suspended in the air.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
pretty
I'm
cool.
wondering
Yeah.
though if college kids they're trying to find other options.
Okay,
because
maybe.
because to your point, those are nice apartments, but I don't know if every kid can afford it.
So I'm getting my hopes up here, thinking that the price of renting is coming down.
It has to come down at some point.
Okay, stop saying that because we said
All
that 5 years
markets
ago.
they swing, baby.
Oh, shut up! Like you're some kind of financial expert. Says a man who was going on vacation and going out to dinner with his home equity line of credit.
I was doing that on the dip.
Every part of your life has been a dip. You've lived a constant dip.
So I know
they call
dip.
him the Big Dipper.
Hello, broke baby.
That's the Big Bopper.
Oh, what's the Big Dipper?
It's in the sky. It doesn't matter. Look. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this new apartment complex. It's called the Genesee Point Apartments. It's literally in my backyard.
Yeah.
They've been building this thing, right? I used to have this like beautiful view of like nature.
Yeah, now what do you got?
Apartments.
So
And
is
I'm
it-
cool with it. Like, people need a place to
It's
live.
not a tower, though, right? It's just like
No,
townhouses?
it's like it's 2-level townhouses.
Oh,
It looks
okay.
like. And
That'd be nice.
I keep saying townhouses. It looks like townhouses. It looks really nice.
Probably get a little courtyard and everything.
No, I didn't see a courtyard.
Oh.
It goes. It backs up to somebody else's in my neighborhood's backyard. That person has to be pissed.
Ooh,
Oh,
didn't see that coming.
oh,
did
like
ya?
single-family homes?
Yeah, yeah. Like, it's like the homes in my neighborhood you've seen
Yeah.
before.
Well, enjoy the free entertainment.
Like, I don't know. Do people not want to live all the way out in West Henrietta?
I mean, that could be part of it,
It is
too.
out there.
If it's
You
younger,
bitch.
I'm guessing like
I know you bitch. Then it's too far when you have to go to my place.
It is, because it seems like it. As soon as I think I pass it, I'm almost there.
yeah,
But
I know,
then
you're right.
they-
And then you're like, oh man, 5 more miles.
Yes, and you're the only one that has nightmare scenarios coming to work in the winter. Like Kimmy and I come and find you live in another part of
Did
the
you guys get
world.
that hail this morning?
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
well, I've said on the air before, I live just south of the Thruway, and every time they say on the on the news,
Yeah.
like south of the Thruway,
Yeah.
this will happen. It's exactly the
weird.
Yeah.
It's like they designed the Thruway knowing where the worst weather is going to show up. Because I'll go 15 feet past the Thruway and it's totally fine.
Yeah.
It's a weird
Paradise.
thing. Yeah. But like buying a home out there is one thing. You own something. You have
Yeah.
a yard, right? Like okay, it's
You
peace
feel
and
like you
quiet.
belong.
I
in
could
this
I could
country.
see you like having a tough time attracting younger adults to those places, only because I would think you just want an area where there's a lot going on.
No action out there.
You know what the weirdest thing is? Because every little town has apartment complexes.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I live in West Henrietta, like right on the corner of Rush and Scottsville.
Yeah.
So Scottsville is like a 5-minute drive down the road. I had a buddy who got an apartment in Scottsville, and they have a massive apartment complex in Scottsville.
Oh,
And I couldn't understand.
that's
He-
out there.
He
Yeah.
was renting there because his kids were living like
Yeah.
right near there, so he wanted to be close to his kids. That makes sense. I don't know
But
why.
yeah, who is it filled up with?
Why would you want to rent in Scottsville? I'm not saying Scottsville's not
Could
a
be
nice
other
place.
people in
But
his
you are out
situation.
there.
How many kids? How
Yeah.
many split families are there in Scottsville?
Well, maybe not in
Henrietta?
Scottsville, but in the surrounding towns. I don't know.
Because I also had to deal like if I'm a young person, I go out there. I'm next to you,
Yes.
and you ain't got nothing in common with them kids.
No.
And them kids are gonna be looking at you taking your bike ride, looking like you're late to go to work at the Fringe Fest, and go, look at this freak, bearded man riding through getting his pedals in.
Well, yeah, I don't know. What did I
I
do?
wouldn't think a bike ride would throw anybody off.
Yeah, but he's like bearded bike guy.
What-
Never
He
trust
would
him.
actually probably fit in.
I guess what I'm getting at, like with the Scottsville thing, like okay, there are people that live in Gates, and that makes sense. Like there's lots of like if you
Well, Gates is right there.
and that's what I mean. Like, there's also bars and restaurants in Gates, like Scottsville, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they got that main street there. They got a nice little diner, Scottsville Diner,
Yeah.
very cute. They have the Salvatore Saloon, which is a nice bar, like place to eat. But that's it.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to go out to a bar, there's also like there's this place called Dirty Dave's. It's a biker bar, out, like past Scottsville, that I've always wanted to walk into,
great
but I'm
name.
too scared.
Yeah, it is a great.
The logo looks like the Harley Davidson logo.
Yeah, but that's for older people.
And then there's that strip club that's way out past
Oh,
Scottsville.
Foxes.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
But like,
is that still in business?
so I drive past it. It looks like it is. I've never driven past
Good
it.
for them, man.
Is Foxes still in business?
I hope so. I'd like to see one of them stuck
You know,
around.
I've always wanted to go in. I've never been to that.
You
strip
haven't?
club. No. Well, I mean, it's so far out.
Oh, we should go. We can't though.
I mean, I don't.
Last time I was there, I was looking at an intern.
You don't.
Don't
have to say
say
I
it
everything.
told the
that.
story.
You don't have to say
she was
everything in your
college. She was interning at.
college.
She was college. She was
college.
interning at Warm, and we found out she danced there. We went and hey, I'm trying to support the arts a little
You
bit.
don't have to say everything that pops in your head. You could just leave.
That's
some
all
things
I've
there.
got.
So I mean, if you're looking for a place to live, and so they're having an open house.
They're probably nice and they're new.
No, they look great. Yeah, I would live. I mean, I'm a 38-year-old man. I would live in that apartment right now.
How about moving into a nice new place too?
Yeah, you're right.
No headaches.
Maybe I should talk to my wife and see if she's okay with me getting my own place.
I'm sure she is.
Hey, I
She's
love
probably
you.
calling for you.
The open house is September 7th. There's a story about it this morning in the DNC. I mean, if you're looking for something, this sounds like a pretty good deal.
All right.
We've reached the point where we're pretty much the North Nagel showcase of homes. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing Monday next year in the break room on C. That's going to be Rabbaroo.
Radio holiday weekend, Rabbaroo.
Everybody have a safe Labor Day weekend. Well, no, I mean, it's your last chance to get out there and have some fun.
But be careful.
Let's get away from you. If you have a Blackstone, enjoy.
Oh, the Blackstone.
If not, I mean, you can try and grill, but it's not really the same. I mean, we in the break room, we are a Blackstone show.
We stoned up.
It's so funny, man. Like, we do not make a dime from anyone for Blackstone.
No.
And the amount of listeners I've met in the last, 3 months that came up and were like, I got a Blackstone.
Tell them the break room sent you.
Yes, exactly. Because, Kimmy's husband got a Blackstone.
Right. And that's what started it off.
Yes, we got super jealous, right? And then you decided you were going to be a dick, and you got a Blackstone.
I just bailed on my other grill.
And then because you got one, I didn't want to be the only person without a Blackstone, so I went and got a Blackstone.
Right.
The break room, powered by the Blackstone. So everyone have a great weekend. It is the last Sunday without Bills football.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, a week from Sunday, your Buffalo Bills kick off live right here on 96.5 WCMF against the Cardinals, 1 o'clock. There is college football this weekend.
So it kicks off really this weekend.
Yeah,
right?
a couple of really good games tomorrow.
There were some games yesterday.
Yeah, Colorado played North Dakota State University.
Oh, God.
They almost lost.
Really?
Yeah, not good.
All right.
And then the big game tomorrow night, if you're looking for something to gamble on, not that I'm a degenerate or anything, Notre Dame versus Texas A&M prime time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's going to be good.
In Texas?
Yeah, I think so. Kyle Field, is that what it's called?
I'm sure it's named after some general or something.
Thank you, Tommy Muley.
General Field.
General Beauregard, Texas.
General Beauregard, Texas? For Kimmy, who's taking off this weekend.
Yep.
Go to Pittsburgh.
Ooh, look at you.
For Tommy
Money bags.
For Tommy Muley driving to Pittsburgh.
The London of Pennsylvania.
The London.
For Tommy Muley, who around these parts is called General Beauregard, Texas. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you next week here in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.